Put your hands together. Put your arms together. Put your legs together. Put your feet together. Put your blood together. Put your hair together. Put your slime together. Put your skin together. Put your hands together. Put your arms together. Put your legs together. Put your feet together. Put your blood together. Put your hair together. Put your slime together. Put your skin together.
Hello, hello. I'm starting up the things in medias res. Didn't do a whole lot of prep. I gotta set up the noise cancellation. One moment. By the way, hi Stuart, hi Thinger. If you can tell me in chat how the audio is doing, that'll be very helpful. Like volumes and stuff. I assume yeah. Is it better? Let me also add a nice suppression. Music too loud, down 15 decibels. All right. Is the noise suppression better? Okay, that's good. All right. Sick. I'm not sure how the latency is. Awesome. Okay. Let me open the stream. I want it to be able to read the chat on the video. I think the archive was very important. A lot of software wouldn't hurt. The voice, the volume, but you're audible at least. All right. Boop. The background audio really isn't. Hello, I will. The background audio really isn't like the focus of the stream. Because a bit quieter still. I mean, this one is kind of deceptively quiet. I don't mind like turning it down a whole lot, because it's really not gonna be the focus of it. We're gonna focus more on the text and like questions if anyone has them. Real quick, I want to say as I struggle to no, wait, there it is. It's out. Pressing delay. All right. You should be alright for the chat. Okay, cool. I think this should be enough. There's not going to be anything up here for the most part. I think that should be... Yeah, that's pretty readable. It seems to be like around 10 seconds of delay or so. Yeah, it's not really that big an issue. I'll be yapping a whole lot. That went into the red. I don't like that. One moment. Let me just add some compressor, just like a default compressor. Yeah, that's better. Cool. I'll be here for a while. My plan is to go through each character in the game, each one of the main characters in the game, and like talk about my development with them, how I thought about them. For instance, Yaparel over here, yes. Talk about what their inspirations of the game, everything. So it'll be a while. It'll be a chill, long stream. But before we actually get started, I'll switch the music. I turn it down on my side. I'm gonna turn it up compared to the thing. I think this song is chill enough. Before I go to Everything Ends in Zero itself, I would like to kind of follow the development order, if that makes sense. Let me switch from top to live chat because I want to see every message. Before I go to Everything Ends in Zero proper, I want to go through the development cycle, quote unquote. So like, I'll go through the earliest parts of the process where like the inspiration, the everything. So before we go to the game itself, I'll play a game which is significantly shorter than Everything Ends in Zero. Everything Ends in Zero is a little bit over 1 hour long, and this game is around 20 minutes long. It's probably the biggest inspiration for Everything Ends in Zero, and I don't think like I'll need to say a lot of like I don't think I'll need to explain a lot about where the inspiration comes from because I think it's pretty clear. It's a game by the name of The Rapture is Here and You Will Be Forcibly Removed from Your Home. I kind of like those weird titles. I'm not exactly certain how I came across it. It's been like well over 2 years now. It's been like I believe 3 or 4 years when I came in contact with it. So even before I started working on the game, I let it like simmer for a while. And like the title caught me, and like the gameplay, like you notice that I'm saying this as I look for the game. And it has a lot of like the same tension and the same like kind of wanderlust, quote unquote, as Everything Ends in Zero has. I tried to like, I've only played this game 2 times. Once right when I downloaded it about 4 years ago, and once right like a couple months before I started working Everything Ends in Zero, like per se. And so this is the first time I'm playing in over 2 years. But it's it's not a very complex game. It's not something like you need to remember a whole lot about. It's a 20-minute experience where after 20 minutes the game abruptly ends, and during those 20 minutes you are in a field and you move around and you hear those and you listen to people reading those excerpts from the library. I don't think that's the right word. From the corpus of H.P. Lovecraft's stories. It's opening right now. I will. Let me go to studio mode. I don't want to stream my whole screen. let's see, 1920 by 1080, graphics quality medium recommended. Okay, display one left. Awesome. I'm just adding a not display capture. No, like a window capture. Nope, not WinRAR. Oh, it's one of like those. It's one of those programs which disappears when you untab from them. Game capture. Does this work? Capture any full screen application. That should work. Cool. If I move this here. Does this work? Oh, there it is. It takes a while. By the way, nitpicky, but you don't need live in the title since YouTube shows the live icon anyway. The live thing in the title, it's more for like future reading. So people like know just from looking at it that it was live. This is gonna be re-uploaded later. It's not really something like I put a lot of thought into. All right, let me transition. Awesome, here it is. Let me turn off the music, of course. Here, the rapture is here and you will be forcibly removed from your home. Again, like beautiful, beautiful game. I would just... What is it about? Just think so. Yeah, stories. I remember going through the list of narrators. All right, so I'll be speaking over a lot of... Get my popcorns next. Sick. Make yourself at home. I'll be talking through over a lot of the rapture is here and everything ends in zero. As I go through, and if I notice, okay, so the rapture is here, like it has this thing, and if you look at it, it makes this weird noise. And then there are those like things that go above. I'm not sure if this is actually one of them. Oh no, there's particles. Oh no, but it has one of those. Okay, I'll be talking over a lot of the both games. No worries. If you have any questions, just ask. If you don't, you can watch in silence. And you walk over through this, and you.
The natural leadership with which my uncle procured the instruments from the laboratories of Brown University and the Cranston Street Armory, and instinctively assembled direction of our adventure, was a marvelous commentary.
So I think you can like, you can see a lot of the inspiration, like the like sweeping music and like the massive like galactic like cosmic horror vibes, and like the normal like clips of people just like matter-of-factly speaking. It's something like a lot of everything ends in zero came from this. This wasn't the sole inspiration. There were other pieces of inspiration. Little Prince, one of them. Undertale, one of them. Yumaniki, one of them. I usually like, when I make things, I usually like keeping my inspiration very visible and very kind of like explicit, not be ashamed of hiding it. But I also like pulling from many sources, so that like I can, from this coalescence, build something that is different, but it's not fully distinct from all of its sources. Bam. I was gonna say something. I have really bad memory. I have ADHD, something that you can probably guess from playing everything at zero. And one of the most affecting symptoms with me specifically is that my memory is very bad. So if I lose my train of thought, if I like start rambling and I miss the point where I was going, don't hesitate to like say something. and be like,
The
hey,
most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all of its contents.
mhm.
We live on a placid island of ignorance
I
in
like
the midst of
how-
black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should.
and this is
branch off.
I don't think
The
this is pulled for
sciences,
Everything
each
Ends in Zero.
straining in its own direction, have
Alright, so
hitherto
Everything Ends in
harnessed
Zero was not meant to be a
someday,
game originally.
the piecing
It
together
was
of
meant to be a
disassociated
mini
knowledge will
series.
open up such terrifying vistas of reality.
It was meant to be a mini series that was a
that we should
minor
either go mad
kind of
from
like
revelation,
spin-off, if it makes sense for like a spin-off to happen before, to like be released before
I shall
the
never knowingly supply a link in so
the rest of the series.
I think that the professor too
It was
had
meant to
keep
be
silent
a short
regarding the
web
prophet,
series
and that
where
he would
you
destroy his
followed
notes
this
when that
girl,
sudden
the
death
who
seized him.
becomes the lost girl, the ghost girl in the game,
My knowledge of
as
the
she
began in the
moves
winter of
around
1927 with the
this
death of my
space,
granduncle, George
and
Van
she hears
Professor
from
Emeritus of
people.
Semitic languages in Brown
The reason
University.
why it didn't become a
Province,
web
Rhode
series in the
Professor Angle was widely known as an
the
authority
reason why it
on
didn't actually become a web series and instead became a game is that I
So
am
that is
not
passing
an
at the age of
animator.
92
Yeah,
may have
it
been
was meant to
called
be an
by many
animated series. I'm not
As
an
my
animator.
grandfather's
I'm
arrogant
more
secretary
of an
for a
art
dying
director,
child as well.
a writer.
I was expected to go
my-
over his papers with some thoroughness.
My skills of
For that
animating
purpose,
are
moved his entire set of lines and
very, very
policies
slow
into a
and much
course
more
of obstacles.
theoretical.
The
Much
first
more
hand
of the
principal
animation
manuscript
theory
told a very peculiar
than
tale.
oh, that's weird.
It appears that on
than
March 1st, 1925,
Actually, animation practice.
a thin, dark young man
And
of
so,
neurotic and excited aspect
It
had
became
called
a
upon
game
Professor
instead
Angle
with
bearing
like
the singular
text
clay bas
and
relief, which was then
and just
exceedingly
walking
damp
around,
and fresh.
which was significantly
His
simpler
card
to
bore the
develop.
name of Henry Anthony Wilcox,
I
and he called himself psychically
I still think it's interesting
hypersensitive.
to see
The sculptor
the
abruptly asked for
because there's still a lot of
archaeological knowledge in identifying the
vestigial
hieroglyphics on the
remnants of
He
the
said,
web series
"It is
on
new
the
indeed,
game.
For I made it last night in a dream of strange cities.
Ooh.
My dreams are older than brooding Tyre, or the contemplative Sphinx, or the guarded girdle Babylon.
There's a lot of vestigial things of the
It
series
was
in
then
the
that he
game.
began that
And I think it may be
rattling tale which
Yep.
suddenly played upon a sleeping
This
man
is something that I
with
wanted to
deep interest
implement
in my uncle.
into Everything Ends in
There had
Zero.
been a slight earthquake tremor the
Uh,
night before, the
But
most
before
considerable
I get
felt
into that,
in New England
there's a
for
lot of
some years.
vestigial stuff
In Wilcox's
from the
imagination
series
had
in the
been keenly
game.
affected.
The characters, a lot of them are
He had an
like
unprecedented
were
dream of
meant
great
to be
cyclopean cities,
those
tight
very
walls and sky-flung
very
gardens, all
as
dripping
I
with
said,
green ooze
very
and
close
sinister with
to
mold.
Little Prince, where they're like
Hieroglyphics
doing
had
something
covered the
specific,
walls
or
and
like
pillars.
with
From
one
some
action
undetermined point below
that the
had come a
character
voice
like is obsessed with.
chaotic sensation
And you
which
can
only
see
fancy
this a little
could
bit, especially
translate
with
sound,
the earlier
which he
characters,
attempted to
the
render
sleeping girl, the
by
candle
almost
girl,
unpronounceable jumble of letters.
the typewriter girl. And I think it's interesting how
Average people in society
like this thing that didn't
doing
become
what's
anything to do
traditional
with
son
the
of
game
the
itself
earth gave
actually
almost completely
managed
negative
to
result.
make
Those
it into
cases of
the
uneasy
final
but
product.
formless nocturnal
Just take a
impressions
sip of water.
appear here and there, always between March 23rd and April 2nd. The
Right,
period
so,
of young Wilcox's
the
delirium.
lightning.
Scientific men were little more.
Everything in Zero was
It was
meant
from the artists
originally
and the
to
poets
have
that
those.
the pertinent
Game out a
answers
little
came.
loud, I think.
I
Really?
know that panic would have.
Oh, right. Okay. This is better. We like talking over each other.
was lacking in the original letter.
All right. This should be better. You can be like real quiet. I don't know what that was. Like there was a little celebration thing on YouTube. Everything Ends in Zero was originally meant to have like those, to have a lot of stuff happening, other than the background changing as the time passed. I for example, there was a screen shake I wanted to add. There was explosions which would like randomly happen and like would become louder and like stronger and more frequent as the game went on. The reason I didn't do it, it was me. Sorry, Azuaj, just cheering you. Oh, hello. Okay. The reason, there it is. The reason I didn't do it, and the reason I didn't do a lot of stuff I wanted to do on Everything Ends in Zero, was that I was simply too bad at programming. I didn't know how to do it. And we'll like go through this more, with a little more depth as the game went on, but this was really kind of it was a skill issue, yes. The reason why this and a lot of stuff, the game really was like kind of me treading unknown ground by myself. I am not someone who likes doing stuff on my own, like going through creative projects on my own. I like having the control, but I don't enjoy the process. I'm much more, as I said, I'm much more of a writer and not director, and so a lot of the stuff that needs to be done for a project to be finished is not stuff that I like doing or feel comfortable doing it. Did the game come out exactly as you wanted? Did you wish you could change anything? For me, honestly, I loved it all. Okay, two things. One, the game did come out exactly as I wanted, not from the beginning. I think there is kind of a misconception that a lot of people have with creative mediums, which is that you have like that you have like a vision completely formed in your head, and then you just like walk towards it. And hello, and while there are creators who do have this, particularly like a lot of indie creators, it is very much not rare for you to find your way as you're doing it. So oh hell yeah, I love forests. So when the game was finished, it was pretty much exactly how I wanted it to be, but it had nothing to do with the thing I eventually started. As I said before, the original idea was a mini-series, like an animated YouTube web series, and for it to end up as a game, I think I think something's got lost in translation there. But for it being a game, there are a lot of things that there are a lot of bonus things, quote unquote, for it being a game that I wouldn't have gotten if were it a web series or an album or an ARG, like just a pure web ARG or anything else. Where is the other one? There's one right there. I'm not sure I have enough time. This is like the feeling I wanted to replicate, like seeing something down in distance and not knowing if you have enough time to get there. This game has a very different vibe for a very small detail, which is that it doesn't have. Oh no, that's the same thing. It doesn't have an on-screen timer. Wait a minute. I just realized. Browser tree. There it is. Transition. Okay, that's better. I don't want it to be able to miss a lot of stuff if you're watching this the re-upload. So apologies if anything was missed. This game doesn't have an on-screen timer. It has no concrete indication of how much time you have left. It's just this abstract stuff like the lightning and I'm not sure if the color of the sky is changing, and the music swelling up. It's just you're constantly feeling like time is running out. Whereas in Everything is Zero, it's a very like it's like very obviously a like thing that you're meant to pay attention to constantly. So whereas this one is like kind of plays on the cosmic horror vibes of you not knowing what's happening. It's very obviously like it's Lovecraftian horror. It's like quoting a lot of Lovecraft. It's all the dialogue that's in the game is from H.P. Lovecraft. So it is like very much a passion project to Aurida, to cosmic horror. And so for it to not have a timer is like something that serves this game better, whereas having a timer is something that serves my game much better, because my game is kind of like the certainty that you will die and that you only have so much time, and that you can feel it tick down. The vibes I got was that we were kind of running out of time. We needed to get as many information, in the time we had. I kind of feel like there's some Easter eggs though. You been in this game or in my game? Please make more games. I want to. I just don't really have the bandwidth to do it by myself. Not big ones anyway. Got some water. Let me see if I can remember my previous train of thought. Yeah, I think an example of something that I came up with, something that happened in the game. No, you can. Something that happened in the game that couldn't have happened in the web series is the stronger, like it's the stronger passing of the sense. I'm not sure that's the right term to be using. The theme of the game comes across much stronger because you're playing it, because you have the choice of like, is this worth my time? Is this person worth my time? Should I keep going down this route, or should I try and look for something else? That is like something that happened in the game that couldn't have happened in a web series because you have no control. It's just a character who's doing everything already. And that's, of course, there are alternate augmented reality games where where the audience participation has a direct effect to the show, but the series was not going to be that. It was going to be like a planned from start to end, short, like self-contained, not self-contained, but as in like kind of single thing. Oh, this is such a sick riff. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely bigger. That's something I've heard a lot of people say on the game. The blobs are getting bigger. Am I getting smaller? Am I moving slower, etc.? And anything else? I like the Adidas logo. This is something I built on my on my Minecraft server. I love those kind of like huge architecture, like broken down. Big fan. When do you plan on releasing something new besides music? Something properly new. I've paused everything that I was working on that was properly new, that was actually fully new, because I'm working on the Steam part of the game right now. Steam part of Everything Ends in Zero. Love me a good monolith. Love me a good monolith. It's something that you're gonna see. Is the kind of stuff that you're gonna see a lot in like the more visual sides of Find Eden. When we get there. I got some stuff. I got some stuff. Some recipe books. Not stuff I'm cooking yet, but some recipes going on. I fully lost track of what it is. Oh yeah, really something new. Right now I'm focusing really heavily on the Steam part of Everything Ends in Zero. There's gonna be a lot of more stuff. Where's the feat with Taylor Swift? Taylor Swift coming out. I'm more of a Billie Eilish guy. Dude, if Billie Eilish reached out to me, I'd be like, hey, let's make a song. I don't know what I do with Taylor Swift. She, like, we don't really complement each other's vibe very well. So the Steam release of the game is like gonna have a bit of more stuff. Shit, I gotta go, but have a nice stream. I've enjoyed it so far. Keep the VOD up. I will. At least I hope I can. I should be able to. I'm streamed the channel before, but you never know. Right now I'm focusing. Show her the remix. Yes. That's off topic. I'll mention it if. Oh, there it is. I think that's the end. What was I gonna say? Yes. I'll try again. Game. Please give me enough time to say this thing. I'm currently working on the Steam part of Everything Ends in Zero, which is gonna have more stuff, polished stuff, better stuff. So it's like that's Bay right now. That's the focus. Afterwards, I have things planned. I have specifically series planned, web series planned for YouTube. I found an animator who I managed to find an art style with an animator that is able to be made cheaply and ethically, which is something that I'm really in need of. And besides that, there are a lot of paused projects that will be returned to later on. There are more games. There's one specific game that I was working on right after Everything Ends in Zero was finished and came out, which their defense. Which I fully paused because it was massive, like massive. Oh, there it is. I'll let it play out. Oh yeah, like a very, you see, you can see what I see. Return to main menu. That was the rapture is hearing you forcibly removed from your home. Let me actually read the names. Connor Sherlock. Oh. Rebecca Lamarche. Josh Smith, Emmett Sherlock, and Callisman. I remember going through these people because some of those voices like really resonated with me for like specific characters, and I looked into them to see if they would be willing to voice some characters. I didn't actually reach out to anyone because there's nothing like to be to be read at the moment. Return to main menu. And quit. Very, very cool. No. Do not put them in the archive. Awesome. So that was the Rapture is here and will be forcibly removed from your home. The core piece of inspiration for everything in Zero. I highly recommend you look it up and you play. Actually, you don't have to look it up. I can just link you the itch.io page. Fuck, that's the wrong account. Ignore this. How do we switch account? Switch account. This is probably the button where you switch account. If I were to guess. New timeout lengths. Got it. Thanks, YouTube. This one. Can I can't click the 3 dots because it's a hardened way. Let me spam chat. That's not very good design, YouTube. Pin message. There it is. Go check it out for yourself. So, right now, I think I'll. I think I'll. Do you plan on doing something to expand your fan base, like TikTok or something? I have tried, like, I have tried for a while. Pretty much none of what I tried worked, and so right now I'm just like trying to be as truthful to what I want as possible, and hope that people like it enough that they'll help me out and help me pay for more stuff. Because as it is right now, I'm really not a what's the word? I'm not a marketing guy. I'm an art director. It's very much out of my wheelhouse. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea how to like title things, like make thumbnails and stuff. So I'm more of a maker guy. I'm a guy who makes. Now I would open the Everything Ends in Zero that I have right on my computer, but I won't because there are like 25 Everything Ends in Zeros in my computer, and I don't know which ones are the released game, the final game. We can work on that together. I'd be happy to. Hey, if anyone wants to help out with anything. Dreamwork makes the teamwork. That's not how you say that. I'm going to right now. I'm going to app data and deleting my Everything Ends in Zero save. Roaming Everything Ends in Zero. Boop. Goodbye. Stinky. Download Everything Ends in Zero. Actually, instead of opening the game immediately, I'll like go through the things surrounding it. So I am worried about opening the whole screen and like stream that, specifically because this is like a Find Out and stream, and it's meant to be like usually for like at a universe normal, like the shit I make myself. I don't really care much about stuff, but on this I want everything to be a little bit cleaner. Let me go to make stuff from Add an Universe. So I on the C418 Discord server, which is a niche of a niche of a niche, there's a channel on the Discord called Make Stuff, You know, it's the usual channel where you like post things that you make, and on it, I've posted a lot of teasers. I also posted those teasers on my main Discord, but this was like the place where I really focused on it. I've if actually if I open the teasers, I should be just able to show the whole thing, no problem. Because it is just the teasers, other reactions too, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Display capture. C418 Discord mention. Hi Eleanor. You were there. You were there. You followed the release of the teasers. No, I don't want a display capture, sorry. I want a window capture. Nope, a window capture. Yes. Alright, let me now this better mentioned. And just cut everything that is in the game itself. Okay, transition. Okay, I'll try and center things on screen because it's a little bit large on the screen. So, there it is. That's the center, right? Yep. I'll not go through it backwards. Let me go all the way back up. Right. Okay. So, first thing on the channel, worked a lot on volume today. This is like I used to make teasers on different channels. And this was the first teaser that was on this channel specifically. I'm not gonna be able to find the other teasers. The reason I made the teaser channel was specifically because I can't actually find it, and like you can actually look at it and have a nice separate place where you can find everything. I'm just gonna drink water. 1 moment. It's like right from here, was from like the first message. It's already my kind of like vaguely. It's a teaser, you know. I'm vaguely referring to something that I know what it is, and you don't know what it is, and it's kind of tongue in cheek. Volume. This is a reference to the test song that plays when you're testing on the volume, aka orange juice test _2.flp. So that's what this is referring to. Yeah, it's a pretty big song compared to the stuff I usually make. It's like very much what on my wheelhouse. Showed it to someone for the first time. They really liked it. Stay 100, please. I am. Okay, so this is. I want you to take this. I want you to take this date. And keep it in mind. This was February 9th, 2022. The game came out in April. So it was like 2 months and a half before the game came out. I worked on this game for 1 year. Take it or give it. And for a lot of the development, and you can see that in the game very clearly, I was kind of horrified of what people may think of it. I actually lost, rather let go of many friendships that I had at the time because this was such a monumentally important thing to me, and like a lot of people were like, yeah, sure, I'll take a look at it, then proceeded to not, and like it was a massive source of anxiety for me. And so I just let go of a lot of people playing the game. And then someone did. It was someone who I had talked to, like, had interacted with, like, once or twice. Oh no, that's Top Chat again. I don't want Top Chat. I want live chat. And also, I want the browser to be on top of everything. There it is. Transition. Boop, boop. It was someone who I had interacted with once or twice, and they really liked it, and that was one of the most de-stressing things that I've ever felt in my life. Like watching them play the game and not immediately like berate it and like it. It was like really soothing and like really gave me more energy to keep on. But at this point, the game was pretty much already finished. And so I think you can like kind of guess what it's like to like make something fully and like want people to comment on it and like give feedback and like making pretty much the whole thing and then having someone look at it. It's like really stressing. And then there's this image. I can open in browser. I don't think I have an image editor handy right now, so I'm not sure I can. Well, of course I do have an image editor ready. Am I dumb? It's called. Wait. It's called Open Broadcast Service Studio. Let me get an image. Hopefully this is powerful enough for it to actually display. I don't want to group by type. Just don't group at all. And sort by date, please. Sort by date modified. Yes. Now, boom. Let me go this all the way up. That's not. Is the stream? Is the resolution weird? Actually, this make. Okay. Filters. Let's see if I can mess with OBS enough to actually be able to see what's happening. Brightness, no. Gamma. Oh, there is contrast. Very quick. Very quick on the draw. This is a. Normally, I wouldn't be like revealing this kind of stuff, but this is really. I'm stupid. Wait, transition. Let me turn off studio mode for now. This right here. Normally, I wouldn't be revealing this kind of stuff, but because this is like a teaser to something that is already out and people already know about, I don't care about revealing it. This is part of the credits of Everything Ends Zero. This is the part says dedicated to the infinitesimal fraction of the universe that knows my name. With like the triangles here, and you can like faintly see the like those 3 areas right here are like slightly more likely to have white pixels than the others. And so like if you squint kind of, you can see it for like a moment. It's pretty cool. It's over. I can't believe it. It's finally over. A little bit of tongue-in-cheek stuff. This was the first. This was like when I added the final character in the game, and also a little teaser about like what the theme of the game is gonna be, or like thing, and I'm pretty sure I just made my first piece of merch. I have no idea what this is referring to. I remember putting this teaser out. This is the timeline, the FL Studio timeline for the soundtrack of the game, for like the full soundtrack, and it just like starts with 1, and then you can see like 65, and then it just devolves into noise. So I liked putting this teaser out. There is this thing which revealed the trailer for Everything Ends Zero, and this is the collection of teasers. I was really proud of them, and I wait. Remember making them and like being really happy with how they came out. Like they work very well as like separately and also together. They work like even better in the context of the game. They work even better yet in the greater context of Find That In. They work like amazingly. Please don't write things. Sup. Don't say swears on the day before I rose, the day before I fell, on the first day I dreamt. Okay, so this is all the characters in the game. So there's like a specific order for the characters in the game, and that order is like it's everywhere. It's on the teasers, it's on the album cover. Actually, it's not really on the album cover because the album cover is more minimalistic than the rest of the main design of that one image. But you know, it's kind of there. My headphones got weird. And so like this is in the order. It's like the order in which I've made the characters. So on the day before I rose, I fell. Those are kind of like the platonic characters. This is stuff that like you figure out. That you continue to figure out. On the first day, I'm dreamt. So the first character, the sleeping girl, little cartoon pillow. On the first day, I waited, and then like the letter girls. So like you're seeing kind of like mirrors of the characters, binaries and mirrors and like light and dark. Like those are not only big symbolisms, but like big symbols on Find That In itself, but they're like a foundational, like almost like a law of nature on Everything Ends in Zero. Like it is a project built fully out of binaries. And you know, from the title of the game, like starting with everything and ending in zero, and like the light and dark, and the two albums, like the A side and B side, and the two girls, and the fact that like when you hit 30 minutes, it, like the music cuts and a bell starts playing because you're halfway there. And etc. Like there's a 2D side, a 3D side. It's a whole like it's at the it's foundational. Like I wouldn't even say it's like at the core of it. Is like it permeates through the entire thing, and it kind of like defines the way that I planned things and that I made things with this in mind. So we have here like every character has kind of like these two sides. So on the first day I'm dreamt, on the first day I waited. That sleeping girl, that's her oversleeping, and the letters. A lot of those you can guess. I'm not gonna like fully explain them, but it will say which character it is referring to. On the second day, I burned. On the second day, I traveled. This is Candle Girl, the traveled, which is kind of more obscure. It's her friend. She's like traveling through. She got the call and she's traveling. On the third day, I realized this is Condemned Girl. On the third day, I cooked. On the fourth day, you counted. On the fourth day, I taught. This is Meaning Girl. Wine, very clear. On the fifth day, I earned. On the fifth day, I lost. This is Leader Girl. So this is kind of an obscure thing. This is a I forgot its name, but it's an economic coin. I guess it's called, that no longer exist. It's money that doesn't exist anymore, and I think the concept of that is really poetic. So I put it here. On the 6th day, I painted. On the 6th day, I drew. I'm pretty sure this is the painting girl. From like the middle, from like the closer to the middle of the characters. I'm not very certain. Again, my memory is very, very bad. On the 7th day, Hollow Invocations, and this is just black. This is Typewriter Girl, I'm pretty sure. And the just black one. On the 8th day, a poet. On the 8th day, a poem. This is Poetry Girl, which isn't actually a girl. On the 9th day, I hoped. On the 9th day, I wondered. This is Stargazer Girl. On the 10th day, I played. On the 10th day, I... this is Indie Girl. On the 11th day, Visions. On the 11th day, Contact. This is a really sick design, by the way. I'm goated at this. This is Seer Girl. I always get like some names mixed up. On the 12th day, Teaser, wow, so cool, FFFF. On the 12th day, I surrendered. This is ADHD Girl. I really like this. I really like having ADHD girls teaser be ADHD themed. And this right here, you have like a little like stronger teaser of like what's to come. On the 12th day, I surrendered. This doesn't have like anything, right? On the 13th day, and like here it's bigger, down the dot, ellipses. This is, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure Misfortune Girl, who only has like 4 lines of dialogue. And here we have the image. We have the full the Everything Ends in Zero image of the buildings, like the poster. On the 14th day, I fled. On the 14th day, goodbye. This is Locked Girl, and then like a more unblurred. On the 15th day, I'll miss you. On the 15th day, I'll miss you too. And we have like an almost fully unblurred. And here we have the poem that came out when when the game came out. Fun fact, this poem was written when the game came out. It was written that day. Because I wasn't happy with the game description. I'll see if I can find it. I wonder if I open the Wayback Machine on Oldest, if it'll show up. I don't think it will. Nope, it didn't. It didn't. It's kind of sad. Kind of sucks. But it was kind of like a. Oh, let me alt tab. It was kind of like a. Like kind of Stanley Parable like kind of thing, where it was like spiraling in on itself, and it was Everything Ends in Zero is a game about sleeping. Everything Ends in Zero is a game about burning out. Everything Ends in Zero is about a door. Everything Ends in Zero is a game about time. Everything Ends in Zero is a game about your mother, and etc. And like it goes like this. And I didn't think it fit the vibe of the game very well. I think it was kind of in the ballpark, but I wanted something that like really sells the vibe. Like, it's like perfect. This is what it is. And so I wrote this. Everything Ends in Zero. An angel showed itself to me today, and its voice was hollow and meek. It's coming, it said, the end of everything, and it made a spark. I asked for more, but he refused to give. And his voice was quiet, and his voice was clinical. It's coming, it said, the end of everything, and it made a light. Yeah, I agree. I think the poem suits it better. I refuse to believe. I was just seeing things, I was just hearing things, I was just thinking things I was not. My skin is on my skin, my eyes are on my eyes. I do not feel for free. My thoughts do not belong to me. My body does not belong to me. They are loaned. I began to plead, but it refused to give. And its voice was power and powerlessness, and its voice was birth and death, and its voice was a deafening silence. And as it spoke, my eyes began to hurt. It's coming, it said, the end of everything. And it left. And as it left, it shined a light, a blinding white light, with colors so strong, all my life was grey. The light was cold and alien and debilitating, and as it beamed, my eyes began to fail, and soon I couldn't see. And as it beamed, my body began to fail, and soon I couldn't stand. And as I hit the ground, I understood. It's coming. The end of everything. There's nothing you can do. I was brought into this world through no choice of my own, and I will be taken from this world with through no choice of my own. I am not powerful. I am not remarkable. I am dying. And so is everything. And I cried. And as I cried, a ghost showed itself to me, and her voice was shy, and her voice was hopeful. Hey, she said, sorry if I'm bothering you, and it's okay if you don't want to, but the world's ending, and it doesn't look like there's anything you can do about it. So you wanna chat? Love it. Love this poem. 10 out of 10. Wonderful. Big fan. Something that I like a lot in my writing, space that I like to explore a lot, is this poetic space without much floweriness, where like everything's said kind of matter-of-factly or realistically or like bluntly. It's like something that I like. Of course, I do think the floweriness comes very well a lot of the time, but this I think is an example of like the a lot of poems that I like to write. I am not powerful. I am not remarkable. I am dying. To have like this like vibe of a poem. It's not like exactly it's not like a poem where the word choice doesn't matter. Where like it's just trying to get a thing across, but it's something that's done by like actively trying to hold back on like being poetic, and I like it. I'm a big fan of this, and I think it suits the game very well because the whole game is a lot of the game is pretty blunt, and a lot of the game is pretty internal, and yeah, a lot of it isn't. A lot of the game isn't. Come on, you can form a sentence in your head. A lot of the game isn't very flowery and very sweet and smooth. It's very like rough often, which I'm a big fan. And then on the final day, it's like I love this mirroring. On the final day, I fell with the sun fully risen, but it's like black. I'm going to play it again. This makes me so nostalgic. Please do. You can do it. On the final day, I rose. I love this mirroring. And you probably love it more like on the future, like the rising sun on the white background, the black hole of the black background. Oops, I scrolled a little bit too far. There it is. And then like white sun on the black background and a filled hole on a white background. Love it. And then, like the fact that they're mirroring each other with the quotes. This is like more meaning that you don't have yet. But this is sick. I love it. Big fan. Big fan. I love this image, bro. I want them tattooed. You can do whatever you want. The stuff I make is free for everyone. If you want to download it, I don't give a shit. Do it. Or don't. And then here the everything under zero image. This was one of the first things I ever did with Blender. I was very new to it, and I think you can kind of see it, but I still love how it came out. This is like my favorite thing about being an art director, primarily, is that I can have a very distinct and clear and kind of like violent lack of understanding of how, like lack of practical understanding of how to work with a tool, but I can still make it work because like just one or two things that I can think of, like I can just one or two things that I can figure out how to work, I can make something from that. And so I like those. Those are like, you can see those are like just cubes, just big old rectangles, no detail whatsoever. This one is the only thing that has like even a slight bit of detail. It has like this indent. But other than that, it's clean. Those are royalty-free models for bodies. Fun fact, exactly 16 of them. And I just drew the two platonic characters on the rooftops. A little thing. It's the thing. There it is. And the light is just like I bumped the exposure. Oh, I was a big fan. And then like those teasers aren't from Everything Ends Zero anymore. No. Yeah, I found this as well. This is from Everything Ends Zero. This is an old version. This is a character which is not in the game. You can't find it anymore. This is what the poetry girl, which isn't a girl anymore, used to be a character. I removed the character. I'll go more into depth as to why I removed this character later on. But this is what it used to look like, and I was ruffling through my files and I found this. And yeah, I wanted to like make this thing kind of like be all the way around. It was too much work. I couldn't do it. I didn't do it, so I just made this vertical thing. Then those are for, oh, this is cool. Those are not for Everything Ends in Zero, so it don't matter. This is kind of for Everything Ends in Zero. So this is kind of me trying to reapproach the original idea of Everything Ends in Zero, of it being a web series. At this point, I knew significantly more about Blender. And this was ultimately scrapped, not because it was too hard, but because I wasn't very happy with it. I thought that it was a little bit too forced, and so I stashed it for later. It'll probably come back afterwards as a minor part of IMNE. But this is kind of what Everything Ends in Zero could have been. What could have been. Not Everything Ends in Zero. Not Everything Ends in Zero. Is there anything from? Yeah, this is also from the little EI0 thing. But there is not much anymore. And here is, okay, this will be for Everything Ends in Zero. This is the kind of updated wait, my phone is vibrating. I don't want it to make noise. This is the new and improved intro thing. It always fucked me up how the line in the middle isn't there because of Find Eden, and I didn't know how to make it, but now I do, and so I did it. It's weird when you first open the game because it's just you found me, but when you do something in the game, it becomes much more natural. Like, Find Eden is just there. Love it. Big love it. Okay, now that we've actually gone through all the pre-stuff, I'll just remove this window capture. Goodbye. Let's go to the actual game. Everything is 0, 1. Three things. Everything is 0.exe, .pck, and .txt. It's not everything is 0.txt. That was a wrong implication. Okay. Now let's see if I can. Not audio output capture, sorry. Display capture, window capture, game capture. Capture any full screen application. Let's see. Should work. Yes? Yes. Awesome. Where is this? Damn, it sounds kind of piano-y. Okay, I'll move the chat above. There shouldn't be anything here, right? It's like here and here. Other than that, it's just like not much. Spoiler alert, everything is 0, yes. Everything is 0. I do want to talk about the title. But before that, let's read the attention card. Attention. This broadcast contains imagery and themes that may not be suitable for all members of the audience. If you are easily disturbed, a child, or experience feelings of unease when exposed to certain topics, termination of this broadcast is highly advisable. This broadcast contains quickly flashing, high contrast images that may cause discomfort or harm to some members of the audience. Wait. This broadcast contains audio that may cause discomfort or harm to some members of the audience. If you believe you or someone you share this device with may be negatively affected by this broadcast contents, termination of this broadcast is highly advisable. You may terminate this broadcast by pressing the escape key, the enter key, or the X key. You may also press the F4 key at any moment to toggle between full screen and windowed mode, and terminate the broadcast by pressing the X button on the top right corner of your window when window mode. You may continue this broadcast by typing I accept with your keyboard, the broadcaster. Something I love about the broadcaster character is just how clinically off she is. Not clinically off, it's more of a... what's the word? It's like industrial, like as in like part of the industry. It's like kind of a personification, like here's the quarter returns, here are tax returns, here's the audience size, here's like everything like everything as a fact, and with no shimmer to it, no like a distinct, such a strong lack of personality that it like flips around and becomes its own personality. Like there's no it. There may be it, but there's no like this broadcast. This broadcast contains audio that may causes discomfort or harm to members of the audience. If you believe someone already shared this device with may be negatively affected by its contents, like it's not its contents, this broadcast contents, like it says everything by extent, like fully, every single time, and I love that. Also, the broadcaster is like very slightly different, as there's a lot of things. Every time it's presented with something else I like. I do love this font. I love the, what's the word? Simpson Extended B font. It's, I love, it has such like, it has kind of a scary vibe to it. Like it's an ominous font, and I don't know how to explain it to like explain it well. But like when I see this that I'm looking right now, like the VHS filter and this font, and this like attention, like pitch red underlined attention, and like the square text, I feel like I'm about to see someone get dismembered. And I think like it's really I love how a font which has nothing really that special about it. But just because it's a font that like it's meant to be primarily used with Chinese text. I'm not sure if it's Chinese text or Mandarin text. Correct me if I'm saying something wrong. It's an actual warning. Yes, but like the font, something about the font. Like this is actually a warning. Of course, it's actually like fully meant to incorporate that. But the font, like the fact that I see this font with a language that I can't read on things that are often like a little bit ominous, it just like gives this font that depth, and I love it. I love it. I love it. The rest of the game was not meant to use this font originally. I'll get to it when we start seeing the blobs. But now we could just type accept. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I pressed enter. I gotta do it. It's funny every single time. I love it's funny every single time. I love watching. This is like my favorite part of watching people play this game is how they no fail, like 90% of the time, no fail. 90% of the time, it works 100% of the time. They'll write I accept, and then they'll immediately press enter, and the game just closes. I love it so much. Why is the browser beneath the game? There it is. I accept. Also, not sure if you noticed, but the VHS filter slowly fades out to make a smoother transition into this. I find out you found me. I love this intro. I love the idea of having like a different spooky intro for every project. It's like themed around the project. And this one was like the slowing down, like 100 different clocks. Like a different rates, like slowing down, and like the reverb like widening. Big fan. It's something that I really want to do more, but I gotta find places where I can, find it on screen better. Everything is a 0. A lot of people ask if the title thing is a bug, and I'm always like, how would it be a bug? Like it's such like a specific thing to happen, and such like obvious. I think some people like look at it very quick and they're like, oh, you misspelled, you changed a letter. But no, this is just how we do. Fun fact, the letters changing on the title screen are they're not just changing randomly into noise, they're actually going down by 1. So it's like if you look at this D, for example, I can't move my mouse. Wait, I'm gonna sneeze. I didn't. Like every letter goes down by like 1. So like B's become A's, for example. C's becomes B's. C's become B's. D's become C's. All the way up, and then it goes down. And so if you wait here long enough, it'll be 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. It'll be a whole bunch of zeros, which I love it because it's the title. Everything is a 0, and then it ends a 0. I hope this isn't something important. I love it. Big fan. Let's go to options before we start. Contrast. Very simple contrast thing. I like this little design that I made here of the colors, the RGB and CMY colors. Okay, so this is something that this is weird. Okay, there's a thing right here. Tell me if I'm getting crazy. Doesn't it catch the eye, this thing below the screen, like this text? Note, some songs tend to be significantly louder than main minutes track. Press X to switch between it and test track. I rarely see people, like, I don't think I've ever seen people, like, find this Easter egg. Like, there's an Easter egg here. And the reason I don't mind saying it is because I just press X and like, if you wait just a little bit, so like I thought people would just be like, oh, this is a cool track, let me listen to it for a minute. But people don't. They do not. So I'll just wait. There it is. A little background animation as the song builds up, and as the song like makes a stand question mark. This side view of a terrain going through the plains of England just slowly fades in, and the VHS effect slowly comes back. I really like this indie vibe, and this is something that I want to do with some characters. One in specific, or one platonic character in specific, where like this very like cheesy, but like still earnest, indie rock vibe. We're just like teenagers, and we made like this emo song, and the video is just like this, like something about it like beckons to me. Me love it. And then you press X and you're back into the deep. Let's return. Let's start. In this short life that only merely lasts an hour, how much, how little is within our power. Emily Dickinson. There are different epigraphs, I'm pretty sure that's the term, depending on your computer. So some computers, like every time you restart, it should be the same exact text every time, but different people get a different text. And I like how, you know, there are different themes on Everything Ends in Zero, and there are a lot of overlapping themes that go like over each character. So like art is one of the themes, death of course one of the themes, meaning one of the themes, love and heartbreak one of the themes, and acceptance one of the themes. And depending on which poem you get, depending on which text you get, you have a different kind of entrance and like starting perspective for the game. And so the game kind of like means a different thing, and the game like becomes about a different thing to you. Something big love. And then press Z and it just goes all the way back. And you just get thrust. You just get thrust into it. You can see how little how little I know how to program by how much that lagged. I love this art style. It was like very early in the process of the game I came off this art style. By the way, not really a big deal when the clock goes down. I'll restart anyway. There's not enough time for me to go through every character. I made sure of that. I love this little like simple art styles, like sketchy. Love it. The little ectoplasm. The ectoplasm is just like meant for you to find your way around. Like it's not like an aesthetic thing, because like if you're out here and you're like, let's say you're far away from a character, from like the whatever your thing is pointing at, like you won't be able to tell whether or not you're moving. And as you know, you can see already that like when I go through the door, I am the only thing that inverts the colors. The ectoplasm does not invert the colors, and this is harder to see because it disappears when you get close, but the thing also does not invert colors. And so as time passes and it starts getting like brighter and brighter, more and more white, you have less and less of a sense of movement and like positioning. And this is on purpose. I wanted to give the feeling that you have when you're... It's a very specific feeling. When you get up way too quick and yet you don't let yourself take some time to adjust. And so your balance is fucked up, your vision's fucked up, your hearing is kind of fucked up, your movement's fucked up, and so like you really kind of don't know where you are. And this is kind of what I wanted to emulate with the blobs growing, that you're kind of losing contact with your surroundings. Another thing I love, the movement of the character is actually like a movement. That actually emulates just straight up movement. The door doesn't move because it's a door. The Z doesn't move. That's just a symbol. So the character moves, and it symbolizes a couple things. It symbolizes how much the mind of the character races, quote unquote. And also how much in sync they are with the knowledge of the clock. And so like the character that you play as, the ghost, it is exactly once per second, because you are fully like the game is fully about your relationship with the clock. And so like this character is fully aware of the clock. See, it's a door. One thing that I did in the game that I couldn't get to work was I've made custom sound effects, multiple custom sound effects for each and every character in the game, and I couldn't get it to work on the export. If I open the project file, you'll be able to hear them all and they're beautiful, and they work perfectly for the characters, and they give even more depth, and they give more a more textile feel to the game, and I couldn't, for the love of me, get it to work on the export. So this is something that I want to do on the Steam release. Also regarding the dialogue, it's a door. Pretty much, you may get that reference. That is a reference to Undertale. There's a door on Snowden, right before the greater dog fight, where you go in a hole, and then there's an ominous looking door, and you try and open it, and it says it's a door, because the button you use to check is the same button you use to interact. And like the joke is, instead of opening the door, it just says it's a door. I use this in here because one, I love Undertale, and I love like paying homage to the things I love, but also not over yet, because it gives personality to the ghost. She's not a blank slate. She is a character. She is herself. And she has like goals And so like when you check the door and it says it's a door and she says not over yet, it's like kind of telling that it's like, hey, fucking, you're not the one who chooses here. Kind of neither is she. You're two together. Let's hope this is the sleeping girl. Dun, dun. It is. All right. So the sleeping girl was the first girl that I ever designed for the game. And there's actually kind of a weird story behind it. There was originally a different girl. It was a self-improvement girl. And the self-improvement part is kind of like quote unquote, because it's kind of like a critique on the idea of unchecked improvement. She was like a character who was linked by the torso to the floor, and then her arms kind of like went up, like she had like unreasonably long arms, and they merged together, both her arms above her head, into the sort of like donut shape, like a star shape, and connected to the torus was like a rope with like chains that went up into infinity. This was something that was going to be on the web series, because I think it works pretty well on, would work pretty well on a web series format. Actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, I think I remember why I didn't put it in the game, is because this wouldn't work very well when like you're going down. I may not have figured out how to work, like how to make it fade out into the sky, because you're always looking at the game from an infinitely high point of view. There's the blob. And so she would basically kind of like trigger her, like the chains to like pull herself up, and she was beginning to like tear and like be like stretched and tearing. It's the kind of body horror I'm a big fan of. You know, it's not like gore. It's like spooky. But instead of making her, I made the sleeping girl, and the sleeping girl kind of set the tone for everything else. You may notice that the sleeping girl has actual hair and a blanket, which really doesn't fit with the rest of the characters in the game. I wanted to originally make everything, like all the characters, like actually just like people, or like kind of people-esque. And then you can see that slowly change. And there is this idea of the K that I quickly stopped working on. So the ghost, like she's very clearly like fully torn, with those like torn up spots that get more frequent the more below it is, like the eyes and mouths, and the hole are like they serve as eyes and mouths and a hole, but they're still pretty like teary. And so it has this very strong vibe of the K to it. The blanket on the sleeping girl is modeled pretty much exactly from the blanket that I used to have. Like, he had a tear on it. This was back when I lived with my father. The tear in the blanket got significantly larger, up to the point where I could only sleep without bending like pretty much none of my limbs. Otherwise, like, the covers wouldn't cover me. This, and I think like this bit of context, like I lived with my dad, it wasn't very nice. ADHD really strong, and like you're gonna see a lot of stuff on the dialogue of the characters, on dialogue of this character specifically, actually. is it? What time is it? Fuck, what time is it? Fuck, what time is it? Shit. I did want to swear early in the game. Yep, I missed it. Of course I fucking did. So much for not fucking up a single thing. I wanted to swear early, kind of for the same reason that a lot of musicals sing a song early, which is when you're starting off a story, like it's not fully crystallized in your head. When you start like reading a story, like going through a piece of media, it's not fully crystallized in your head, and so you don't have like expectations for what's coming. And so if a character swears early on, or if they like sing a song early on, you're like, okay, this has swears, and this has music. And so if it happens later on, it's not like jarring and doesn't take you out of the experience. So I wanted to start very early, because I think that swearing is as important for dialogue as like prose and poetry and like flowery. I think there's like it's the yin to the yang, the yin to the yang. Sorry, put a G in the wrong place. Where it's kind of like a more realistic, grounded. That's a human you're talking to thing. Compared to the more fantastical, like person who never stutters over never trips over their own words. People who like say everything perfectly and poetically, and I like having the two of them. So it serves as a contrast. So like both of them get stronger through it. Wait, oh shit. Wait. Man, YouTube? What the hell, man? I've been missing the chat this whole time. Okay, you can do it. I love these images too. I love this image, bro. Longitude. Pretty. Spoiler alert, everything's 0. I mean, that it actually scares us, actually a warning. Probably because it is in a serif font that reminds you of other ones with similar scary context. I don't have that much of a vibe from other serif fonts. I have I get this like formal vibe, but it doesn't feel as threatening as Sim Extend B specifically. It's probably just a me thing. Those things tend to happen. I never realized that. Wait, if I all go down to 0, does it count as an any percent speed run? Okay, so first of all, I would say I'm not sure if it would be shorter than 1 hour for you to get that. But also problem, it's kind of a set time, unless you play on a higher refresh rate monitor. Fun fact, I wanted to have a speedrun mode for everything on 0, and I may do that on the Steam release, where like after you finish the game for the first time, if you type, if you're like in game and you type the word speedrun, you just like finish it. It just like goes to the end. It was either like speedrun or suicide. I didn't know how like silly to dark humor I wanted to make it. But I think speedrun will be a bit funnier. You just skip to the end. So if you just like first frame, you immediately finish the game. I didn't implement it because, stay with me, I wasn't smart enough. England, creepy ass Smith. I don't know what the creepy ass stuff refers to. We move on. Please stop. All right, live chat. If my chat gets delayed, just like spam What's the reaction? Spam the 100 reaction if you say something and I don't see it and you think my channel may be locked, because that I saw. That was weird. Okay. Another thing that I liked about this game, that I like making on this game, is each character has a distinct speech pattern. As I said before, some of them are very flowery. I mean, the girl with her arms poking into the floor. You said it wasn't gore, but still creepy as fuck. Yes! I love that character, self-improvement girl. And never got added. Maybe Steam release, maybe. I don't know. Every character has their own speech patterns. I really like stretching myself out. Kind of a bad time to say that because, you know, of the whole thing. Is that? Wait a minute. What the heck? Oh no, that's just YouTube being weird. Yeah, never mind. I thought like the whole thing was kind of funny enough, but the channel's less delayed. Couldn't tell you. I like stretching myself out creatively. Ever since like Spectrum came out. Spectrum was an album where I was surprisingly when you listen to it, trying to stretch myself creatively as much as I possibly could. So I was very early at music production. Right then, I was a little baby. Today I can very easily stretch myself significantly further. But this is kind of like the writer version of Spectrum, where it is like 16 short stories, each one of them with a different writing style. Oh, sorry, you're trying to talk to me, right? Hi, sorry for ignoring you. My day's not going well. Well, I mean, I just woke up. What I meant is I'm not in a really jolly mood. The little baby LMAO. This isn't like really that important for what I'm about to say, but I think like since we're here, the plugin, the add-on that I used to write the dialogue for the game on Godot had a feature where you could press Z to like make the whole thing pop into frame. I actively went into the code when I didn't know barely anything about coding and removed that. And I looked and I scavenged and I eventually found what it was that let you skip the text, and I took that out because it's a game about time, and time is the mechanic of the game. This is a game. It is like interactive storytelling, but it is kind of a game, and the mechanic you're playing with, the kind of HP per se you have, is your time. And if you can just like fully skip a line of dialogue, that kind of ruins the main mechanic of the game, like the only mechanic of the game, pretty much. One of the few. So I took that out. And also, with the different characters, I tried to make sure that each one of them spoke, like the text appeared roughly on the speed that they spoke. That I pictured them speaking. This is much more weirder for you to do while you're reading, because you don't have much time to react. But when you read it in your head, you can like really get this internalized feeling of like how fast the character is speaking. It's just been a rough couple of days, is all. Just a rough couple of days. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I went back. Yeah. All right. What do you want to talk about? Right, you don't talk. That's fine. I can do the talking. Let's see. You want to hear a funny story? I didn't see anyone catch this one. The funny story thing is a first half of a double reference, and it appears multiple times. This is a line taken straight from Bob Burnham's side. You want to hear a funny story where... Oh, I forgot the song. I think it's All Eyes on Me. I hope this isn't... Oh, it's not very loud. No, it's fine. Yeah, perfect. It's from Bo Burnham's Inside. And it later on, when we get there, I'll tell you. There's like a second half, which is a reference to something else, which fits with this one perfectly. I didn't see anyone catch this. You want to hear a funny story? Okay, so I had a date today. We met a few years ago at a party. We were both far from the action. We spent the night talking about life and loneliness and stuff and shit. It's always on me. Cool. Thanks for the confirmation. We talked until the party slowed down. And then we talked until everyone was either asleep or they left. Another thing I love doing with writing is repetition. I love repetition. I'm a big sucker for it. It doesn't have like a logical reason for me to like repetition. I just like it. I just like saying the same sentence over and over again, either with some variations or just as a mantra. I think it's a very sick vibe. And then we talked until the sun came out. There's the sun. It was great. After that, we decided we wanted to hang out more. But we found out we lived really far away. We then tried to figure out how to talk, because apparently most methods of communication don't work between our places. Eventually, we found out letters to do the trick, so we settled on that. Then we talked for like a year or two, just that. Something I like is when I was writing the dialogue, I was often like taking a whole lot of time to read it out loud, kind of like in character, so that I could add those things like that, though, that then we just went through. This isn't something like I would think about adding, where just like writing in silence, or like at least in silence without reading it aloud in my head. I do like you like. It's a way that I can make the text more realistic and still without going nuts, basically. Looking for excuses to visit, but we couldn't find anything. But then, this is a part of characterization I really like. Like she accidentally becomes like energetic for 1 second, and then she like backs down. Like she backs out. Like we found out she was going to pass through here today. She was on her way somewhere else, so we'd have about an hour or two to hang out. But I just had to fucking miss the alarm. But hey, I can still make it if I can get it ready in about... And this has an exclamation part, but that's a sarcastic exclamation mark. -6 hours, hooray. Yuck. A lot of the I don't feel like I've seen those dialogues. It random. It random character. A lot of the dialogues from a lot of the characters are changed and are significantly changed from the first version, so that I could add more depth to them and make the dialogue longer, and stuff. So pretty much, like, there was no explanation of the story, and then it was just like this, like out of a sudden, like this. So what we're about to see is like the like seed of this character. I want to point out more seeds, like the first pieces of dialogue that I wrote for the characters in the future, as I come across them, but I'm not sure I'll be able to keep them all in mind. Like, come on, all I had to do was not oversleep for literally one day. It's the bare minimum, and I couldn't even do that. This isn't part of the seed dialogue. This is added for cohesion. I have been doing a lot for the past few days. That is original. I think I'll be able to see, like, this is pretty much like how I was feeling at the time. Everything Ends in Zero came at a time in my life where I felt like I was at a corner creatively. So Find Eden is a project which is very important to me, very dear to my heart, but it is not a project that is very popular. In fact, pretty much nothing I ever do is very popular, other than like some memes I post, and then like they get thousands of upvotes and they fade out. And it being something that was not very popular, when I always kept feeling repeatedly as if the thing I'm working on right now is the thing that's gonna like propel Find Eden. So when, all the way back from when I posted the very first Cybertime songs, I was like, this is gonna propel Find Eden. And then I made Spectrum, and I was like, this is gonna propel Find Eden. And then I made the Steven Universe remix, and I was like, this is gonna propel Find Eden. And then I made Hashtag, and I was like, this is gonna propel Find Eden. And then I made Red Flags, and I was like, this is gonna propel Find Eden. And then I made Seven, and I was like, this is gonna propel Find Eden. And then like I kept like making things that I thought were better and better and better and better. And then I made Prelusion, which was at the time my masterpiece, my magnum opus. It was the best thing that I felt like I had ever done. It was an album that had story that was told entirely through noise and dark ambient music, with little to no exposure. So no lyrics, no nothing. And it's a story that's clear. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It even has like a little prologue and an epilogue. And it was pretty much my favorite thing I have ever done, and I loved it with a passion. And it flopped, not extremely hard, but bro, I don't mean to scare you, but you have 30 minutes left. No worries. I'll go back. I can do this infinitely amount of times. Well, until the heat death of the universe, or until the heat death of me. But when that happens, I won't be here to care. I was gonna say, and it didn't quite flop, but it left me at a place where I was like, I put so much of myself into this project, and pretty much nothing happened. Like, it didn't matter that I was passionate. It didn't matter that I hid things within it. It didn't matter if you could piece the puzzle. And I thought, if the things I make are good enough, people will fully interact with them. And they didn't with Prelusion. And so I was beginning to have a crisis of faith because nobody did. People didn't interact with the thing that I thought they were going to interact with. And there was like a lot that was hidden on it, and it was just fully, I made it and I put it out there, and there it was, and there it went. And so I was beginning to have a crisis of faith. And this game was made, like, this game, you don't realize, like, the C418 album, life-changing moments in C minor and pictures. You don't realize when you're beginning something big that you're beginning something big, like pretty much ever. And so Everything is in Zero, the first thing I made for Everything is in Zero was the background. And the reason I made the background was I was unhappy with how I was still like lingering to this idea. I was like, maybe the visuals aren't striking enough. Maybe I want to like put some movement on screen and play with that. And then people will like stick around, like watch the whole thing and stuff. And so I started, like, I went to Godot and I looked up a Perlin Noise tutorial, and I jammed it on here and I started playing with it. And I was like, I want to be able to move around. And then I did a thing where I was able to move around. And I was like, I want some text to show up. Like, it was pretty much like an everything project. It was meant to be like, here's the project where it's just like random shit that I don't have anywhere else to put. And then I started like playing with the dialogue thing, and I liked it. And then I started like porting some of like the would-be dialogue for the web series onto the game, and it started taking shape, and it just started taking more and more and more shape, and it became the game. And I remember, not only I remember, but I have the archive of me and a friend, Win, Lemon, who love her very much. We haven't talked in a while. With me messaging them and being like, hey, check this little video out of like this live wallpaper I'm making. I doubt it's gonna lead anywhere. And so like this is where my head was at. It's like everything I make either gets cancelled or I put out there and fucking nothing happens. So who gives a shit? And long story short, this character, the first one that I wrote, a lot of that. I haven't been doing a lot for the past few days. Weeks. Months. Sometimes it doesn't feel there's anything to do, really. Oh, also another thing I was doing when this came out. Playing a whole lot of Minecraft by myself while watching podcasts. And it was mind-numbing. I am not much, I love playing games, but I hate playing games. Like it's something that if I do for a fair while, as in like a fair amount of days on end, without much creative output, I'll begin to feel like I'm rotting inside. But this was made at a time where I was like, I can't fucking do anything. What else is there to do? I live with my dad, so I can't sing anything. because like he hates when I make any noise, and I don't know how to program. I don't know how to make a game. I don't know how to make. I don't know how to use Blender. I don't know how to animate. I don't. I can write, but there's like nothing for me to write for or on, and so I felt stuck. I was like, there's nothing for me to do really. Like everything is either too much work or too boring or both. Too boring. ADHD is a pretty big thing on this game. I realize more recently than I than I thought it. And all the things I used to do, I spent so much time doing that I grew to feel sick just by thinking about them. That's Minecraft. That's the thing. Do something so much and I can't bring myself to fathom doing it anymore. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if only I had more variety in my life. But then again, what variety is there to have? The letter girl is the only person who genuinely enjoys talking to me. Also, I didn't have any friends in there, and nobody really spends time with me. Well, I guess that one's my fault for being late. Well, I guess the first one is my fault too. I'm not approachable. That's also something we can really feel. Sometimes I'm gonna get closer to the monitor. Sometimes dialogue are more about us than the actual characters. We feel how deep we're in your head. You know, it is interesting. Like a lot of the game are people being like, hey, this is your actual feelings, right? And I'm like, yes. But then people look at parts of the game that have like absolutely nothing to do with my life. Feelings that I have never felt, things that I have never gone through, things that I couldn't possibly like even have a chance to go through anything similar. And people will look at it and be like, you went through this, right? And I mean, I'm not one to boast, except I am one to boast. But I think it speaks to my quality as a writer. I make everything about myself, so I get that people don't talk to me. Maybe I could get some variety by starting a garden or something. But I myself, I'd mess it all up and become a plant killer. That's not funny. And there's the second half. There's the second half of the reference, baby. First half of the reference, Bo Burnham, All Eyes on Me. You want to hear a funny story? Second half, Snowdrake's dad on Undertale, on the Hotland Metaton Hotel, MTT Resort. He makes like a dark joke, and he's like, haha, that's not funny. Double reference. And they fit each other. I love this part of the game. I love this little thing I did. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood. I don't really feel like talking anymore. Sorry. I like the sleeping girl because she's really soft. Like she's hard on herself, but she's real soft. I'm just gonna go back to sleep. Like you wake her up and she's like, okay, let's talk. You wanna talk? And then it's ... Go up here. Awesome, that's one character done. Done. She saw me for you. You should go to a therapist. I'm not sure you should be relating to any of those characters. No, there's one. I can think of one who's alright. The painting girl is okay. She's just a little bit too energetic. Oh my god, CV, hi, so good to see you. It's the gamer girl. It's the gamer girl. Can we talk? Is that okay with you? I've not been doing very well. it's the gamer girl. Thank you so much. You're great. We broke up, Sam and I. I love how Sam is capitalized, but I is not capitalized. Like it's, I love it. I don't know how it happened. I mean, I know how it happened. I'm still processing it. It was so fast. It came out of nowhere. It was all going so well. I was gonna propose to her next year. We got in an argument. We got so angry. We were screaming at each other. It was awful. She said I never thought about how she felt. I only thought about how I felt. That I expected too much for her, more than she could give. And then I said, what a shitty thing to say. Well, if I make it so miserable, then why don't you leave? And then she didn't respond. She went silent and started tearing up. And I should have said I was sorry. I really was. But I couldn't let my guard down. I wasn't able to. I wanted to say, I should have said, oh my god, I'm so sorry. And then right here, like she begins, while she's acting, the words are capitalized. I'm so sorry, I'm such an asshole. You're everything to me. You know that, right? I love the things you do for me. I love how you take me out to eat when you can tell I'm having a bad day, even if I'm too deep in my shell to say it. I love how you still take time out of your day to play my dumb go get your wife right now. I have no idea what you're talking about. I love how you still take time out of your day to play my dumb games. I love it when you hug me and tell me everything's gonna be okay. I love when light bounces out of your eyes just the right way and they get a hint of red. Nobody clocks the weirdness of the sentence. People just read this and they're like, okay, I accept it. What? No, the next one I think it's... No, the next one isn't. I love how your eyes looking to make everything better. Oh yeah, that's the fucking crazy one. Nobody fucking cares about this line. I love how your hair sometimes does a thing where it floats a little when you're happy. Nobody clocks at this line that there's something going on here. They need to get back together. She's not ready. They don't need to get back together. She needs some time for herself. She needs to think. In my opinion. That for the author and everything. You can have your own opinions on the game. But that's my opinion. She should be fucking thinking alone. She should be like thinking for a bit. I love you, Sam. From the bottom of my heart, from the deepest parts of my soul, I love you. And it truly horribly pains me that I can't do more for you. I don't like this line. This is something that I say. This is a speech pattern that I have. Truly, horribly, truly deeply, like truly something. These things happen. Like it's a speech pattern of mine that I don't think suits her. So I don't like this little bit. This little bit right here. I wish I could just, you know. But it's there. And I'm not taking it out. My rule is if it can be said, if it can be said by a person, I don't change it. If it's misspelled in a way that you wouldn't misspeak, I change it. But this is just kind of like, it feels a little bit off character for me. That's what I wish I'd said anyway. What I actually said was, "Jeez, you started it." I love this contrast. It's so again, like I love the contrast from the like beautiful flowery language to like the overly realistic, like not clever at all figure of speech, pattern of speech, dialogue. I love it. You know, like a fucking asshole. She told me she needed some space, and we didn't talk for like a week. She still made stuff for me anyway during the week, made my favorite foods and everything. And then she called me. She called me to the living room, and she says she couldn't handle doing so much anymore. She said that she still liked me, but that she couldn't do everything for me. That she loved me, that I felt like work. That she wanted to spend the rest of her life with me. That she was falling apart. That she hated the idea, but wanted to break up. And so we did. And now here I am. I'm back at my parents' house now. I've been here for 2 weeks, I think. I'm sorry I didn't call you before. I'm sorry you had to find me like this. It's just, it's been such a, I feel like a hurricane. I love this little bit of dialogue where she stumbles over her words. I can't bring myself to text anyone. It feels like nobody likes me. Like everyone just tolerates me, barely. Like I'm one fucked up away from everyone to give up on me completely. I miss spending time with you. Do you... okay, TV. And then TV is also capitalized. Like she capitalizes the names, but she doesn't capitalize I. You remember her promise, right? Because she's feeling low about herself. She's feeling like she bad. No lying about feelings. So tell me if you feel like I'm asking too much from you. Can I stay a few days at your place? I kind of desperately need some friend time right now. I don't think we're gonna be able to finish this, by the way, before the 10-minute mark. We could play games and stuff. You know how much more fun it is in the same room. What do you think? Again, it's okay if you think I'm asking too much. Just let me know. Right. This is a little bit of a hint of like what's going on. You don't hear like TV said something or like did something, but you don't get that. You only get the dialogue of the girl. I'm glad. It's gonna be fun, I hope. My mom has been teaching me how to make those burgers she makes when her band's rehearsing. This is also a thing nobody clocked. Her mom is in a band and she makes burgers. Mine aren't as good as her, and her burgers are pretty good, but they still taste nice. We could go grocery shopping. It could be fun, maybe. We can get stuff we both like, and we can chat while I make them. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Oh wow, I'm actually excited, huh? And then when she says that, the I is capitalized. Holy shit, I'm so good. I thought it would feel forced, but I'm actually looking forward to something. Thanks. I appreciate you. I hope you know that. Yeah, we ain't making it. And then her full dialogue has the thing. I am waiting. Right. Okay, so the end of the game is something that I really struggled with during development. Hi. Because I'm gonna be talking twice, huh? I just realized. Because as the screen gets white, so as the screen gets white and you're less and less able to see, the harder it is for you to get to the next character. Long way up, huh? And it came to a point near the end of the game, near the end of the timer, that you would finish a character's dialogue, like the character you were talking to. You want to hear a funny story? In the meantime, you want to hear a funny story? There it goes again. And it just wouldn't... Okay, so... And you just would be locked. You wouldn't be, like, find anyone else. You'd be stuck, and you would have, like, 10 minutes of dead air, pretty much. 10 to 20 minutes of dead air. I've always been kind of weird. And then I had to choose between, do the blobs appear significantly later in the game? Like, I never had a whole lot of friends. Never was good at making them. The white part isn't... And most all of my childhood was spent indoors, alone. I don't think I'm gonna be able to talk... Oh, wait, is the chat thing again? Let's see. I'm waiting for it to load. I don't... This is like, this part is there's not much to comment on this part, really. It's kind of a self-descriptive place. It's one of the least cryptic things. I would like for YouTube to load. Thank you. Chat. There it is. Okay. Okay. No, not nothing. Wait. No, not chop chat. Live chat. Yes, it's not really a fucking... Like, it's saying everything pretty matter of factly. Like, eventually you're gonna notice that, oh, this is the person who made the game. There we go, the relatable parts. The whole game is the relatable parts, except for the parts that aren't. Like a whole lot of it. There's a whole lot of this game that ain't relatable. I would show more of the game, but I'm not going to show the things that aren't common knowledge, or aren't easily findable. Which is a shame, because there's some stuff that I really wanted to comment on that is just not publicly available. That people just... You know, didn't look for it for a very, very long time, and then someone did, and then they were like, hey, this is a cool thing we found. And then they were like, cool. Let me not share this with anyone. And so maybe in the 4 years mark, maybe in the 4-year mark, I'll go through it again. Whenever the things do the thing. I almost broke my neck. The end of the game, since this doesn't really matter what this guy is saying very much, for the purpose of this live stream, I had to pick between... Do I want the blobs to take significantly longer to appear, which would make the game very samey for a long time? Do I want to make or do I want to make the blobs take much longer to, like, grow much slower? And the second one was a no-go, because the blobs are never actually fully encompassing everything. It is pretty much certain that it will be encompassing everything by the time you get to the end, but it's not 100%. And so if I make it any slower than that, the growth, you'll be able to see like a whole bunch of, like, it won't be fully white. And I wanted it to be fully white because, again, the game is like very strong on binaries, and I wanted it to be, as in, I want it to be like, you begin on pitch black and you end on blinding white. That's what I wanted. And to have like blobs of different colors that weren't white didn't mesh with that. And so like I spent a while like brainstorming what how can I fix this? Like what can I do with this? And I eventually came up with this thing. And then the next thing is something that I have a lot of I like to talk about too. I love this song. It was originally called Everything Ends in Zero. Now it's just called One. It's in the number one, not like the word ONE, like the Arabic writing of one. I'm very happy with how this went out. This happened. If oh no, actually no, it makes sense. I like the black for the ghost. Like this is this black for the ghost, by the way, is also a reference, which is a really fucking silly, dumb reference, but it's a reference nonetheless for a thing that I loved very much, and from a creator who I love very much. It's a reference to Reimagine the Game, where there's a parody of Lost, and like it become this like shadow thing. I haven't watched Lost. I'm not big on pop culture. I don't get it. I mean, this ghost is based off of that. It's based off of the weird flying shadow thing from the Lost parody of Reimagine the Game. And I love this like the fact that like the ghost is fully replaced by black. Like the thing is still there. You can see the actual sprite, but the ghost is just gone. She is this like this black cloud flying, like this black specter. It's like the true her. And I really like this vibe. I like ghosts. I like tablecloth ghosts. I like abstract ghosts. I'm not a big fan of like the usual ghosts, or like a blue transparent person with like torn clothes. That one I can take or leave. Dun, 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 dun. You're about to hear a chord progression right here. That's from Scott That Was outro. It's not. I'm not a good singer. I use pitch correction. I'm not an on key singer, I'll say. I think I'm pretty alright for kind of ghastly vocals, but in general, I wouldn't call myself a good singer. Dum 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 dum. I like how the clock, there's no ticking in this part. Like during the last 10 minutes, there's no ticking, and then the rhythm becomes the drums. is something that I like because it has this kind of like it's not technically true, but it has the vibe of you are now choosing the rhythm, like you're playing this, and it's not a tool, it's not a clock, you're doing it. Okay, so use the mouse to look. Little thing right underneath that says use the mouse to look. This is a part where a lot of people get stuck, and I want to rework this little introduction to the 3D scene on the Steam release. Oh, there it is. There it is. And then you can move this. Press W to move forward. This 3D part was based off of. Originally, it was going to be a 2D scene, stylized kind of like the characters on the cover, and on the album cover. I meant. And I couldn't do the animations very well. I was having a lot of trouble getting the character to like walk around in like a nice way, and I struggled a lot with it, and I didn't much know what to do with it as well. But one day I played through a little game called Kid Amnesiac by Radiohead. And then by the very end of it, there's like a part where you're going through an elevator, and then you enter a building, like a concrete building, and then you go look out of the things. There's like a door behind you. This may be wrong, by the way. It's been a while. It's been more than the 2 years that this game came out since I played that. And I was like, I kind of love this, and I want to incorporate like this weird 3D thing to Everything Ends in Zero. And originally it was going to be like realistic materials and stuff. I couldn't figure that out. I wasn't good enough at 3D, and I wasn't good enough at Godot, and I wasn't good enough at materials. So I just went with this very kind of like noir vibe, with like the pillars going like forever up, and like it's only 2 colors on screen, only black and only red, and like I love it because it really shows the weight of it really shows like the vibe of this other thing. You know, there's the thing that you have in the game, which is the thing that you use to look at the characters, and it's kind of a calm thing. It's pointing to like the next place where you need to go. And this one is erratic and chaotic and loud and broken, and like it just demands to be felt, and I love it. This part also with like the tower is going up is a reference. It's not much of a reference. It's inspired by a game, which is a very unpopular game. Not by which I mean it is lowly thought of, but by which I mean it's a very unknown game by the name of Electric Highways, which has those very monochrome, vaguely abstract, geometric scenery, and the such. Oh man, the camera gets weird, huh? Dum, and then press Z together. One with fire. Sick. Love it. This is like, I think this is my favorite part of the game, honestly. Well, other than some secret parts, but hey, who's thinking about it? And then you go here. You know, the light is slowly turning on, and you can hear your own steps. And like it's very somber, like compared to the very high energy, and you're emitting red light now. Like you're emitting a very small amount of red light. I love this. It's such a spooky place. You have no idea how long I worked to get this thing to not work from behind. You can't open the door from behind. I have no idea how much I worked to make this work. And like something I don't hear anyone talk about. You're pretty short. Like this is a door. That's like a normal door. You're a small boy. I'll just wait a little bit longer for the light to. Yes, I love this part as well. With the it's very beige, like very muted, but not gray. Like there's a lot of black and white, and I think like to have a little bit of gray, to have a little bit of beige is nice. And then we have the credits. Everything ends in 0. Come on, you know what? There it is. Everything ends in 0. A thing by Findeden. Buggy. Made with Hope by Eden Universe. Made with Time by the Broadcaster. I love how dark this song is. I don't like how, one thing I don't like, you can see there's a moment where it stops, like at the beginning frames. Maybe use the Godot engine. What is about to begin? Turn to your loved ones. Uses this dialogue system Dialogic. You can also see how the half circle is like brighter. VHS television shaders are reached by FMS Cat and AHJLV, Godot by Hupness. Initial preliminary noise good tutorial by Gonki. Where it all began. Dedicated to the infinitesimal fraction of the universe that knows my name. Special thanks to Ron Pedagogy for being my first patron, for developing my website, for supporting me all the way through. Special thanks to Toby Fox for making something I love so much I couldn't help but trying to do something myself. Special thanks Rafael Lange for teaching me to love small weird games, for showing me to loving what to do is what matters, for hearing my song live, kickstarting my audience. Special thanks you for going through this with me. You're the one who inspires me to push further. You're why I can do this so now. Thank you. Also I love this you unlock the Zen mode. I love the review of the sun emblem. You unlock the Zen mode. And then we're gonna have some stuff right here, which I will skip through because it's not really a creative thing. Like it's just me being like, hey, can you give money, please? By the way, hey, can you give money, please? Alright, so is there anything else I have to say while I spam Z about the things that we've seen? I guess I can talk a little bit about the Zen mode, because I don't really have to talk about the Zen mode while I'm in the Zen mode. It's a very simple thing. The Zen mode was a little thing that I wanted to make just so that because I loved playing with the background while I was making the game, and I thought it was a shame that like everything was hard coded, and like you couldn't change any of it without like modding the game. And so I came up with Zen mode, where it's like, hey, you have this little play area where you can just play with the background. You can make a little character move. It'll play those songs you have in this folder. It's like chill, and there's no limits. There's no limits to how much you can mess with this stuff. You can like fully break like floating point numbers. You can like fully break the background. Go wild. You can do whatever you want. Which is a thing that I really love when game developers do. When game developers make when it's like, hey, you have this little section of the game where you can play with some debug stuff, and you can just like fuck around, and that's fun. It's like you're playing on the most fun parts of us developing the game, and I love that. Big fan. And I did that here. And this, like, the Zen mode was one of the quickest parts of the game to make, which, you know, wouldn't surprise knowing how few features are on it. But this whole game was childbirth. It was tough, and it was lengthy. It was a resistance test, and boy, did it take resistance to make. Like, I barely did anything for like the middle 6 months of development, were just like, I'm working on this game and nothing else, baby. And nothing else. I didn't play games. I barely fucking watched the YouTube. Like, it was a big old thing. And for the wallpaper mode to take only, plus added a support button to the main menu. Hope to see you soon. To give me back to the menu. Everything ends in 0. What was I gonna say? To have any part of the game that like took like a week to make is crazy for me. Was crazy for me. I could make Zen mode kind of easily today. Zen mode. Yeah. Look how blobby it is. And just press space to do it. And then you just zoom out. I love this. Is it? Is it this one? Oh, it is this one. Yes, there's the anti-aliasing. And soon, there it is. Very, very smoky. I love it. I love playing with this. Like, check this out. Z toggle player visibility. Like, this is so sick. Such a sick thing to play with. Like, it's a fucking album cover. I love it. Backspace. Start, Zen mode, options, support, exit. One thing you probably notice when you finish the game and you go to the main menu, the timing on the things appearing are kind of weird. And the reason is I didn't know how to use control nodes, which are the UI thing in Godot. So I manually programmed this UI. I manually put each and every element on the correct pixel based on the place where based on the size of the viewport. I manually made them appear by manually tweaking the timing of one variable that increased. This was hell, and this menu will be nuked on the Steam release just because I want to add however many tiny things to the menu, and this is hell to work with, and I hate it, and I'm surprised I was able to do this at all. Then we have support. Patreon. On Patreon, you can donate monthly and get different things depending on how much you give. Good for British support. On Bandcamp, you can buy music and download the audio files. You can also download it for free. Good for a one-time donation. On the return button, you can return. Good for returning. I will close the game just so that I can reopen it and read the and take a look at the starting scene. I accept. There it is. How much more stuff? Thought just about dream. Should a little bad. You found me. Sunrise looks beautiful from you. Sometimes I can hear it ticking. I could not stand losing you. I was so tired of being a zero. I missed my chance. It's all we've ever seen. The dialogue that appears on the Find Dead End screen depends on what you did in the game, like who you talked to. So there's one for finishing the game, and there's one for each character in the game. No one dialogue. There are like 16 lines of dialogue for each character. 16 like quotes from each character. Not like quotes, like text samples for each character. And you can see them at the main menu by just doing the thing. You can actually have specific ones. If you want to like toggle just one in specific, you can for one just wait until the time ends and finish the game. That's one. You can also interact with any one character and then close the game. That should also work. I'm pretty sure it does. Sorry, I'm kind of getting more comfortable in the chair, and the microphone is suffering for it. Right. So let's start, and then it's gonna be the same code again. Industrial life, then only in less than an hour. How little is within our power? Emily Dickinson. Okay. Get me the hell out of here. Just looking for this character. There it is. I already went over you. I also really wanted to. I made sure that the first time you interact with a character, the dialogue is pretty short, so that you're not stuck. There it is, Leader Girl. Hello. Oh, you were fun to write, and you're fun to read. Oh, hello there, friend. I wasn't really expecting no faces. Not day for days. But ain't such things too late, guys, eh? I love her. Can't speak, eh? No worries. I got shards lacking over here. That's a good excuse to pretend or saying whatever I want to talk about, eh? Doing fine, doing fine. I mean, doing fine as can be in the end of a roll, hey? Gosh, how much time I have left? 2 hours? Jeez. I also wanted to be sure that like you were you were the only character who like has full awareness. There are different characters that like have different levels of awareness. One of the time, two of the place. But you are the only one that has like full knowledge of the timer, like with like like full knowledge. Which I did on purpose to add to the sense of loneliness and to like this level of detachment from everyone else. Where was I worrying about some normal day problems? As SRSs, eh? Can't stop worrying a dang second. I could die if I stopped worrying. Guess what, friend? With either way. It's got to cherish the little life when I still got it. Though with me, stars always took me a little too long for life ain't endless. Some life away for easy buck. I got a nice home, nice television, nice car. I was being scammed, friend. Thought I was gonna own everything. Turned out I didn't ever own nothing. Was the world, friend. The world owned everything. Just let me take it up for a ride. But only thing I've ever had, only thing I ever choose to do with is my time. And I was so little of it, I regret wasting on worthless stuff. But the world don't take no refund, friend. The world don't take no refund at all. And now my house ain't gonna save me, my TV ain't gonna save me, my car ain't gonna save me. If I sold everything I ever had 10 times over, 100 times over, I wouldn't be able to buy a single second back. There is a quote, don't remember who it was from. I think it was a queen of England, not the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth, a Queen of England, that goes, "All my possessions for a moment in time." And it is a quote that is a very famous quote. I only found out about it after finishing this character, after like fully being done with this character's dialogue, and I was like, damn, some like parallel thinking going on, like two different ways to say the same thing. Snot got make sure don't waste the last ones too. Gotta breathe them shines. Taking everything else this time. Soon I won't be able to. Very soon won't be able to. This is a reference to the ending song Prelusion. Soon will be silent, very soon will be silent. Soon won't be able to, very soon won't be able to. Been doing some stuff about everything past few days. Weeks. Months. And this is a pretty clear, like obvious reference to the Sleeping Girl dialogue. The Sleeping Girl dialogue is in itself a reference to a scene in Steven Universe. I love this transition so much. From fuck, I forgot the episode's name. It's the episode of Suglight, where Greg is like, I haven't hit the gym in a couple weeks, months, decades, or something like that. This is a reference. Months. This one has a different vibe because she's genuinely unsure. She's not like lying to herself. It's been to be noticed. Been working all day, every day, trying to make a group of people who listen by the end of the world. Back on me, well, managed to find 4 people. Most folk won't listen to stuff, and I won't blame them. Just wish the group was bigger, so we could show more people who also feel it coming. I won't spend the last few hours with them, but I have families they want to spend time with. And those won't listen. that and those won't listen is like more literal than it seems. We'll get to it when we get to the condemned girl. But like they literally can't listen. That and I want to ruin anyone's last moments and explain behind out their family that don't even know me. Never had any family myself. Grew up in a rough house or run away as soon as I had a chance. If I didn't really let myself get close enough. Didn't really let myself feel like I wanted to. But I did want to. I want to have a family, girl. I want to have a family so dang bad. I have a beautiful wife and I wanted to love her more than my parents ever love each other. I want to have children and wanted to love them more than my parents ever gave me the thought of day. But I didn't do it, friend. Even though I wanted. Because if I did, what if I didn't love my wife more than my parents didn't love each other? What if I didn't love my children more than my parents ever loved me? But then what? I like to think I'm bad, but what if I ain't? I'm just as rotten as the folks who brought me here. I can't take this risk, friend. I can't take this risk of hurting the people I love. Better spend the last few seconds alone. It's not really honest, is it, friend? I mean, you're here now. Thanks for that, by the way. It really does mean a lot. Thank you. Friend, thanks for taking the time to listen to me. But I think that I like that you move on now. There's so much mobility in the world for you to see. And I like for you to be. And I would like for you to be. And I would like for you to be just my show crown. Thank you for talking though. It really does mean a lot. And then when you get far from them, have a good one for me, will you? Now I love this. I love this little bit. Yeah, and then she's just silent. I'm so proud of like this execution. Honestly, it's such a little thing, but like it's just so much. There's so much vibe. Who is it? Who this? It's Andy, girl. That's a 20-minute dialogue. I'm not sure will we actually be able to finish this on this run. Hello, everybody. I hope everyone's I hope all of you are having a good day. Nobody. This is a thing nobody clocked, and again, it's fair that nobody clocked this. She's her design is based off of those desk speakers from like the 90s 2000s, the like white ones with like the fabric in the front, like the weird meaningless hole between the top and bottom part, and like the two knobs and the little LED light. Like she's based off of one of those. She's like a speaker, and she's makes music. I hope you're having a good day. The presentation's called wait, let me get that. Here. My presentation's called On the Power of Music and Feeling. Yeah, cheesy, I know. By me. Okay. I want to ask you all a question. The question is, what does music mean to you? I'm not really looking for an answer, but I do want you to think of one. Maybe for you, music is something you want to dance and sing with other people to. Maybe it's a way to connect with those around you. Or maybe you use music to calm yourself down and be in the moment. Maybe it's a source of comfort. Or maybe you could listen to it, or maybe you listen to it to place yourself in a different time. Maybe it's A way to remember moments you cherish? Or maybe you play music yourself, or you like hanging posters on the wall and using jackets with band names on them. Maybe to you, music is a way to express yourself. Well, I know what music is to me. This classy lady you're looking at is my mom. Hi! Now, if you're a particularly eagle-eyed audience member, you might be able to conclude that she played the piano, given subtle background clues, such as how she's sitting by a colossal piano that takes up almost the entire picture. I love visual comedy with no visuals. I love it. There's a song by Jay Foreman called Potato, which has a montage, and it's all acoustic, and there's no actual montage, but you just picture in your head, and I love it. It's my favorite kind of, like, one of my favorite kind of writing comedies. Funnies? And you'd be right. My mom was awesome at the piano. She was extremely determined. Every chance she get, she talked about this prize, the Cusham Prize for a phenomenal musical performance. If you heard her, you know she had to get that prize. Nothing in the world could stop her. So she played every day, starting at dawn and pausing at noon, then coming back at sunset and playing until midnight. She practiced a lot, and it showed. Every single time she was playing, and I was awake and at home, and be there, listening to her, and everything else would fade into the background. Of course, she saw how much I seemed to like her playing, so one day, when I was about 6 or 7, she turned to me and asked if I wanted to learn the piano too. I said yes, and then she started to give me lessons. I wasn't as good as her, of course, but she opened the floodgates. There was no turning back from that. From then on, I'd wake up before dawn, just so I could get to the piano before her and be all smug about it. And, of course, she did the only reasonable thing when presented with a smug 7-year-old and started waking up in the middle of the night just to get there before me, so she could be all smug about it. And that's how our dynamic was from then on. I'd follow her steps and learn from her, then try and fail at one-upping her. But I still kept going, and I kept trying and trying to beat her in all sorts of musical challenges. Like, I always looked at her shred the piano, her hands dancing up and down the keys, and thought, I could do that faster. Spoiler warning, I couldn't. I could never beat her in anything. Wow. Writing, I love this part on her dialogue, where like she returns, she like regresses into the beginning of the presentation where she's unsure and she's vulnerable and she's scared. Like she's more so in this part. Writing this presentation, I wasn't really sure how to segue into this, so I guess I'll just say it. My mom passed away when I was 14. There's a lot of dates and years on this character, which is a little idiosyncrasy that I like. I like putting like all kinds of like specific little things to like make each story or project distinct from each other. And this is one of them. This is a small version of one of them, like microcosms. She was on a trip to visit her parents. When playing, she was on Crest on a Cape in Japan on her way there. It was April 2005, Koizumi, and they didn't find her. If anyone wanted to know. It sucked. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I wanted to die. I really, really did. After it happened, I have never felt a stronger need to make music. It was the one thing I felt like I had control over. Let me just update the YouTube. Because there hasn't been a message in a way, and I'm not sure if that's the chat. Okay, it seems to be chat. Alright, so YouTube just bugged it once. Alright. After it happened, I had never felt a stronger need to make music. It was the only thing I felt like I had control over. But being near the piano, where I used to listen to her, where she'd teach me, where she'd hear and comment on my songs, and having that room be completely empty with nobody there. Nobody there is a reference to nobody here. Nobody to listen to me, nobody to teach me, no reason to be smug. It was too much. It was so much. I couldn't handle it. So I did the only thing I could think of. I started taking vocal lessons, and I picked up the guitar. And everyone, you all know where this is going. Say it with me. I started a pop punk band. I really like the sections. I skipped through them like simply, but the sections were like she has a thing like a quote unquote, and then like it's all uppercase because like it's her like going to the next slide and reading the title, which I think is really fun. Like chapter 1, chapter 2, I open a pop punk band from a pop punk. I grew up with my friends and we started making music. I didn't tell them about my mom. And we're really good. And in high school, we made an album and we started to make a living from our music and we became famous, even though I hate that word. This is something that a lot of people say. So she feels it. A lot of famous people say, I love people who become famous, like kind of by accident-ish. They say they hate the word famous. And so she does. And I was using the whole thing as an excuse by thinking about my mom. And I didn't realize that until it blew up in my face. So, I would stay the whole day locked in my room, writing music, or with my friends, never alone in my thoughts. As a result, we had a lot of music we could go over and iterate on, and I was getting a lot of experience. Of course, that meant we could choose the best of their songs to put on the albums. That made them much better, made them much more popular, made me get a stronger and stronger laser focus on it. I started to feel weird. It was like I was in a trance all the time, constantly. I was a music-making machine. I would wake up at random times, make music all day, eat only if I was starving, and sleep only if I was exhausted. I became numb to pretty much everything. I felt nothing all day, and I thought nothing all day. In my head, it was all sections, melodies, and chord progressions. That's who I was. That's all I was. Looking back, it seems so obvious that I was seriously hurting myself, but I legitimately did not notice it at the time. I didn't realize what I was doing. This is also something that's very common. Not something that didn't happen to me. Happens to a lot of people. People do bad shit and don't realize they're doing it to themselves. And that's what my life was like for pretty much a decade. A downward spiral I didn't even realize I was in. And then, a few weeks after the end of the 10-year anniversary tour, I got an email. Again, like another like date thing. I don't remember exactly how it went. It definitely happened to you. It did not happen to me. That did not happen to me. I don't remember exactly how it went, but it was something along those lines. Hello. We've seen your October 10th show and would like to nominate it for one of our prizes. Do you wish to participate? Signed, the Cushman Foundation of Celebration of Human Cultures, Music, English and North American Division. I hate this line because I forgot about Australia. Australia is such an obvious thing to put in this group. It should be here, and it's not here. This is gonna be retconned. I don't give a shit. There was little form of stuff I could take. like if I wanted to receive the prize and if I was okay with my image appearing on the big screen and stuff. I read over everything to be sure. I read over everything to be sure I wasn't giving away my rights or anything, that I took them all. I usually accepted every prize I was offered. I didn't realize at the time how this one was different. I would soon. They flew me to the event and gave me my own room, all for free. Before I went, they even sent me an extra form where I'd write things like my favorite foods and room specifications. I left it all blank. And so I got there, and as always, I spent the whole day in my room, all of them, until our night. The night, as always, I dressed up as well as I could and headed to the place where the ceremony took place, and decided to wait until they said my name, go up to the stage, get the prize, and go back to my room when it was over. This line was scuffed. This line was scuffed. I would definitely have rewritten it, but I think there's only so much you can reasonably improve until you start like going, okay, this is a little bit. We don't need this much. And then they said the name of a prize. The Cushion Prize for a phenomenal musical performance. And like that, with a single blow, with a happy-go-lucky presenter, with a single name of an award, they tore down the wall. The one I spent 10 years straight building. The wall that never once did as little as let the smallest pebble fall was completely, utterly destroyed. And in the middle, the debris was me. This is an example of a misspelling that I don't fix, because it's something that can be reasonably said. In the middle of the debris was me. I think it's reasonable that she could accidentally skip over this word while doing the presentation. And in the middle of the debris was me. Scared, naked, cold, alone. They started naming the nominees. I wasn't really paying attention to what they were saying. I was mostly just looking at the giant screen where a person's face was the size of two of me. Yes, I'm short. Moving on. I like this part. I love how many. This is my favorite character. This is my favorite of like the normal characters in the game. I love her little like hints of like a full person, like the jokes about her being short, because she's like a little short squad. Anyway, so they're naming candidates. Not us. Not us. Not us. And with every not as they said, the more I believed I could forget the prize, the more I believed I could rebuild the wall, thicker and more sturdy than ever before. They kept naming nominees. Not us. Not us. Not us. Us. Well, looking at the screen, I quickly realized that the prize wasn't for the whole band. Half the time, if there's a lot of chemistry, and they're much more than the sum of their parts, they'll give it to an entire band, and each person in it gets one small version of the prize. And the entire band, collectively, gets a single normal-sized version. And half the time, they'll give it to a single person, either because they don't really have a band, or because they almost alone raise the performance above and beyond. I was in a second group. I looked up at the screen. It wasn't the band name written on there. It was my name, with my surname. And it wasn't a video of the band, it was a video of me, zoomed all the way in. It looked so methodical, so calculated and flawless. My voice was nailing every note, I was shredding that guitar, my hand dancing up and down the neck. But, I could do it faster. I wasn't even that good. It was really easy, actually. Barely music. Kinda sucked, really. I looked at my face. It looked empty, inhuman almost. The whole performance had this deeply unsettling, unnatural aura to it, like it was barely alive. Maybe that's why they were drawn to it, this weird dark energy. They named the last nominee right after us. And then, silence. Those few seconds felt like a million years. The presenter started talking. And the winner for the Cusham Prize for a phenomenal musical performance is Summer Thorne. You don't get a lot of names in this game. This is one of the very few, like, names. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, the closest thing you get to a name other than Summer Thorne, there are the two other things that you get closest to a full name than Summer Thorne are Violet and Sam. And that's it. That's what you get. And then it's like nicknames and stuff. Me. I looked around. Everyone is staring at me, wide smiles, cheering. I looked at my bandmates. They were lightly hitting the table and chanting my name. I looked at the presenter. She stared back at me with anticipation. I get up. Everyone's gaze shift up. I walk forward. Everyone's gaze shift forward. I get on stage. From there, I can see everyone. They're all looking at me. A giant, almost amorphous beast. The producer hands me the prize. It's bigger up close. It's much heavier than it looks. I look at it. It's just like she described it. I hadn't thought about my mom's voice in ages. I hadn't heard it in my head in so long. But she talked about this prize so many times. She described it over and over and over. A lot of times, she'd even phrase it in the same way. So much so that I had a perfect copy of her description in my head, her voice and inflection untouched. And, looking at each feature, I couldn't not hear her. A glass statue almost looks like a crystal, so many angles and edges. Two giant wings open all the way up and almost touching the top. In the middle, an impossibly smooth sphere of a tiny little black cube in the middle. I realized how much I missed her voice. I realized how much I missed listening to her play. I realized how much I missed our stupid musical fights. I realized how much I missed losing. I realized everything she did as a musician, she had this prize in mind. Our challenges were just a fun way to train. They were practice for this. She never did get her prize. And now, there I was. I got the one thing she never had. I got the one thing she actually wanted. I won. But there was nobody to be smug to. There was nobody to be proud to. There was nobody worth mentioning in a speech. I looked at the audience. There was nobody there. I looked at the prize. It was everything she always wanted. I looked at my hands. They looked like hers. I passed out. I woke up in a hospital bed. The doctor said I was undernourished, which tracks with the whole only eat if I'm starving thing. I also felt just the wrong way on top of the prize. The glass prize. Yeah, I stayed in that bed for a while. And because of how I was lying down, I couldn't really play my guitar or sing. On the third day I realized, yes, or sing well. But I had too strong a habit to play music, and God knows I wasn't doing anything else. So my friend let me borrow her small 2-octave MIDI keyboard. The idea of playing the piano wasn't like it was before. It didn't feel like too much. It didn't feel like alcohol in an open wound. Actually, right then and there, playing the piano was everything I wanted. And yep, playing the first notes and hearing it back, the plinky, super fake piano sample made me tear up. It felt so natural. It was so different than the calculated way I played the guitar, probably because I stopped playing it before I went all crazy on music production. Everything I played felt like it had more weight to it. It felt more emotional, more real. I pulled out my phone and looked up sheet music of some songs my mom used to play, and I played them. Well, I played them as best as I could, with 2 octaves and no practice for years and the whole medical situation. This is a reference to a Northern bit, which is probably just a reference to something else. There it goes. And I read it, and I was 6 years old, and I read it in old English, and I understood it. It's a little thing. But it still felt too powerful. Man, my body's not liking how much I'm talking. It was still an up and on. I hadn't processed it after this time. I just couldn't go back to hiding it anymore. I listened to my band songs. They all sounded so lifeless to me, so mechanical. I realized that for the first time in ages, I was playing music because I wanted to, because it made me feel something. Having to pause in the middle of each song to cry was so cathartic. It took weights off of me I held on to for so long I didn't even realize I was carrying them anymore. It made me want to heal. I told my bandmates everything. They were also supportive. I left the hospital after a while. The first thing me and Brent did was eat. The bassist grew some criminal burgers, and there you go. The thing I said before. The bassist, she's in a band. She makes some pretty good burgers. Yeah. That night, we talked until the sun came out. We played games, we told jokes, I cried a lot, and we sung songs. Themes from TV shows we used to watch, hit songs from the 80s, we freestyled some crappy joke rap, and we sang, some more in key than others. And I played the keyboard, and every song made me feel something. I miss it so much, playing music for fun, just because. I had bit myself to ignore and feel numb to my pain. I did it without knowing that it would also make me numb to everything else too. I did it without knowing that I'd forget about all the nice things I loved. But that moment right there, where I ate and played games and sang, for the one moment I felt calm, and for the one moment everything that was pulling me down let go. For the one moment I didn't have to pretend that everything was okay. For that one moment, everything was going to be alright. I really like this line. Something about this line really like does something for me. Because it's not for that one moment I felt like everything was going to be alright. It's for the one moment everything was going to be alright. It's like an acknowledgement of like everything is going to be alright is a statement of finality, of like in the end everything is going to be okay, everything is going to be alright. But in here she says for that one moment everything was going to be alright. So it's like on this one point in time, on this one like clear pearl of a moment, everything was going to be okay. And it's something that really calls to me because it, things are not going to be alright, and they are going to be alright. And it's kind of the, I think you can tell that the Indie Girl was a more later character because she is kind of more hopeful and less dark than the other ones. And I really like how the game, the whole thing about the game is that you will die. There's no avoiding it. Life implies death, and if it's from aging or an accident or just chaos theory, you cannot be alive forever. because being dead is a permanent state that you can't go back from, and when you're alive you can die. And so therefore, because of Chaos Theater, you will die someday if you are alive. But the game isn't just the timer on top of the screen. The game is you talking to the people, you feeling what they're feeling, you hearing their stories. It's the whole game centers on and orbits around this gravitational point, the sun, and it's all about this death that will happen. The end of the game will happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. And yet, there's still beauty on it. There's still depth and love and hope on it. And that is the thesis of the game. And I think like this one line kind of encapsulates that. For that one moment, everything was going to be all right. It's not going to be all right now. But then it was. And it was all right. And I love it. I love it. I had spent so long avoiding feelings. I had made music, but I forgot what I loved doing it in the first place. Now all made me remember what music meant to me. It was a way to connect with the people I love. It was, and then it, reference to the things at the beginning, a sort of catharsis. It was a way to remember and let go. It was a way to express myself. But most importantly, it was a way to be vulnerable. Thank you, everyone. You're a great audience. And then, here's Little Omer. There's nobody here. Another little hint of like what's going on, like the mechanics of the world. Like the character is still there. You can see it because of the background, but the sprite's still there. And then when you talk to her, it just says, "There's nobody here." Again, reference to nobody here. Oh, you're close, bro. Fucking. Can we talk? Is that okay with you? I've not been doing very well. Haha. Leaves. It's a little bit funny, okay? I'm allowed to have a little bit of fun while deciding where to cut the dialogue. Oh, I suppose while we're going to the next character, Indie Girl was one of the characters which I hated the most. Well, it was originally. It was a character that I think went after the Poetry Girl, which was completely removed. She was a character which I disliked the most and felt the most need to change. Her original character was pretty much going, "Hey, I like music. Here are some albums I listen to." Makes reference to album. Makes reference to album. Makes reference to album. And that's her. And like, it really lacked the depth that I wanted the characters to have in here. I wanted to have like more emotional, either a more emotional depth or this darker vibe to it, and I felt like she didn't succeed at either of them. And so she completely demolished and rebuilt from scratch. She was pretty much like pop culture reference, the character. Not in the mood for chatting. Sorry. The locked girl. Not in the mood. She would have. She has more vocal fry. Whatever you're trying to do, stop it. That's not the right type of vocal fry. Listen. You're not amusing. You're not funny. You're not being silly and lovable. You're being obnoxious. Leave. Jesus Christ. Are you fucking brain dead? Stop. Sorry, it's just... Sorry. Just... Don't talk to me. Please. Please. Oh my god. God. I'm leaving. Fuck you. A nice piece of shit. Nobody here. This character, I love my execution of this character, because the original idea was like, oh, she doesn't want you to talk to her, but it's because like she's locked away from everyone, and she's bottled all those feelings inside. And I was like, she's not gonna say that. She's locked herself away. She's not gonna fucking say that. And so she just fucking gets up and leaves. And there's like, it's kind of like the opposite of like, here's an implication, here's like some illusion to imply that there's a deeper character in here, that there's like a real human here. And this is the opposite, like a whole character, and like a backstory, and like a reasoning, and like a personality, and you just see a tiny sliver of it. But because the source is actually a real thing, like actually a full thing, it doesn't feel like she's shallow. She's like a complete character. Like that's a fully reasonable response compared to what you saw of her, which I love. I'm looking at the stickers on my monitor to see what characters are left. There is the Candle Girl, the Condemned Girl, the Poetry Girl, the Painting Girl, the ADHD Girl, the Meaning Girl, and the Stargazer Girl, and those are all of the main girls. Oh, sorry, I missed two of them. There's a Typewriter Girl and the Seer Girl as well. I suppose... There's not much... I can't see anything. It says I can't see anything. Let me pop open a cheat engine and speed the game up real quick so that we can get to the end, because there's new stuff on the end. And it will speed hack. Or like the end is different. I rather apply. Just ticking my alarm clock. And we get to the... Come on. Originally... Oh damn, she's just fully black, huh? Fully white, huh? Alright, almost there. You have no idea how many times I've waited an entire hour just to be sure that like just the timing of something was right. It took me way too long to have the change the game speed idea. Also, I think you can realize the song gets weird. Here's the thing, right? There was a problem I wanted to solve quite early on, which was I wanted the music to be synced with the clock, but I couldn't divide the music into 1 second bits, and I couldn't, and the game didn't know when a second hit, because it didn't have this intuition. And so what I did was I normalized the speed of the music based on how much time the song has left and how much time the clock has left. But the problem is, if the song gets faster, like it updates every second, but if the song gets faster, like immediately, it's way too noticeable, and it makes this weird like microtonal thing, which becomes kind of dissonant and doesn't really fit with a lot of the songs that I've made. And so instead of like doing it all at once, it does just a little bit per second. Yeah, that's the thing. 2, 1. Ba-bum. Right. And now when you come here the second time, it's instead of being a red, it's just that, which has a fully different vibe to it. Like this one has a much spookier vibe, while the other one was much more like grandiose and like almost like divine. This one is like you're going to limbo instead of heaven or hell, heaven and hell. And here we have the dark. Yeah, and this part is just the same. You don't actually get anything new. Just the credits, and then you get yeeted back into the Terra screen. Okay, so this ending screen, I didn't say, like the credits, I made this bitch in Photoshop. The animations, I made them in Photoshop. This is Blender. Like the text is Blender. And the images, like the animations are all Photoshop. That's Photoshop, what you're seeing right now. The image editing software. And this is Photoshop you're seeing right now. The image editing software. And this is Photoshop, which is why it gets weird. Like like you can see the bitrate underneath. This motherfucker is also Photoshop. It was nuts making this one. This is also Photoshop. And this is also Photoshop. And also, this is Photoshop, of course. I love this review so much. I love this logo. I love the sun. It's like modern and like feels ancient, and it's like complex and very simple, and it's like runic and technological. It's like I love it. I love it. Anyway, let's exit the game and then reopen the game. There's not enough space on the disk. How is there not enough space on the disk? I literally just opened UTIs. I just did that. Is a cheat engine that's using the space on the disk? How? How is there not enough space? Wait, one moment. Let me open the recycle bin. And then let me empty recycle bin. There shouldn't be enough, right? Yeah, there's not enough space on the disk. How do you... I can extract them, alright, but when it comes to... Alright, here. Get full screened. Get captured. Get captured. There it is. I accept. And there's even more stuff. Insufferable rumbling. Is this info just normally in your life? Yes. Like there's a blinker right now. I think you heard me, right? I gave it all away. It's not worth it. Let me take the pain. Indecipherable muffling. Everything ends in 0. Hey guys, so we're going to be checking out this new release called Everything Ends in 0. In this short life that only moved in less than an hour, how much, how little is within our power. Still hasn't broken the text. Let's go. It's an hour. Alright, who there? New release, guys. So we're gonna be checking out this weird fucking shit. No. What is it? Shut the fuck up. Hello! Hi! Oh, it's the misfortune girl. My mom just texted me. She had the beginning of an abortion while pregnant with me. Please don't worry about me. I'm as good as I can be. That's a reference to a song, the last line. This character I made, guess when? When I found out that my mom had the beginning of an abortion while she was pregnant with me. I think you can see the... where my head was at when I made this. Like, she doesn't have, like, the art style of, like, the lines. She doesn't move at all. Like, it's just this one frame. Oh, man. Like, the Z, like, it didn't bother like offsetting it. Right, who there? That's a door. Who there? Who this? Come on. There it is. We very close. It's the poetry girl. The girl who's not a girl. By the way, this drawing over here is a piece of art for like this one that I'm negativizing right now. That I'm subtracting. It's a piece of art for Everything Ends in Zero, which has not been made yet. I couldn't. The artist which I talked with for the commission didn't trust themselves enough to be able to do it, and so it's just here as a reference, and hopefully one day I can find someone who can. There's a bunch of paper on the ground. There's stuff written on them. This shows a little bit of the Lost Girl's personality, because there's nobody here. You pick up a piece of paper. A poet. A poet is not someone who writes a good poem. That's all it says. You pick up another piece of paper. Turn me on. Let me load. Wait a bit. Let it go. Open up your life's dreams. You're in luck. The future is here. In your heart, in your soul, the surface of the moon, the core of the sun. So long we dreamed, we wanted to fly. Now let's go. Come up to the skies. We were so weak, we were so small. We got this far, and we fought this hard, and God knows we won't give up now. We've seen the lights. We're fooling death. We stole her scythe. She can't reach us now. We're now half alive. This time, let's go up instead of down. The last few nights have long spaces between them. I really like this. I really like Poetry Girl, because it's kind of like I can really do whatever the fuck I want with this character, and I love it. Like it was so fun writing those things, and like looking through the things that I had written before, and like reading, like finding abandoned texts that I've written, and like implementing them here. I loved it. It was loads of fun. I may add new poems in here for the Steam release. You pick up another piece of paper. It's the words "I'm so tired" repeated many times. Many of the repetitions are misspelled. This is one of the motifs of the game, like the ADHD thing. I'm so tired. But there's nothing else written on it. You pick up another piece of paper. Hey, I just wanted to tell you, I'm sorry I left you hanging. I found out some stuff. I'm not sure I'll be able to keep sending those. I hope you're safe, and I hope you get better soon. You got out of this, I promise. You found people who like you the way you are. I love you. Always have, always will, until I'm last breath. I always wanted to say more, but it felt too cheesy. Not really worried about that anymore, huh? Just, I hope you know, I love you. You're gonna be okay. There's a picture of us inside the envelope. Take good care of it. When you come here, do your best to find me. I'll do my best to find you. V. On the corner of the paper, there's a stick figure drawing of two girls. You seen the shit? You seen the shit? You seen the shit? You seen this fucking shit? Stick figure drawing of two girls? You fucking seen the shit? Mr. Celeste developers. For you to claim to have representation in your game, you need to have the representation in your game. You can't fucking write a blog post saying the main character is trans and then you fucking earn all the good points. You gotta do it. You gotta put it in. It's not enough for it to be like vaguely implied if you don't actually like analyze what's happening, that something happened. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. You can't be like, oh, I did the dishes, but the dishes are still here. Oh, but I wanted to do them, so I deserve the card. That doesn't. You gotta do the dishes, my man. You wanna have the representation happen. You gotta put the representation in the thing. Anyway, one of them has a black skirt. The other one has an orange skirt. There's a black heart above them. There is a very old photograph on the other side. Two girls similar to the ones of the drawing. One of them has pigtails. Her face is worn off. There's something very unsettling about her. Done looking at it. This is something I love about the Lost Girl. She doesn't like. Oftentimes she's so like matter of fact and like almost careless, like in a way like she doesn't care, that she often would just like fully remove the subject out of her sentences. She's not like, I'm done looking at it, or we're done looking at it. It's like, done looking at it. Like doesn't even care enough to like to put the useless part of the sentence in. Like the part of the sentence that just serves for the structure. It's like, here's the information, done. You pick up another piece of paper. I am my past and my mirror is the future. Underneath it, it says, hey, past me, what the hell does that mean? The sentence is followed by many question marks. To the right of the text, there's a rough sketch of a girl looking at a bathroom sink mirror, leaning in and furrowing her brow. There are question marks around her, drawn with colorful glitter ink. That's the whole page. You pick up another piece of paper. Busy idea, musical chairs. Okay, so right, you have chairs, right? But like you're in a bar and someone asks you, hey, where's the seat? And I'm like, no seat here. Introducing amusing chairs. You have your phone right and connect this app. And you like what you do is you pick up the song, you choose a song, right? But like here's the cat, right? Here's the cat. It's your song. So there's music, so the seat's taken obviously, but if it's quiet, then it's go all you want. And has its own extra thing for you. You get to have your own theme, you get to have your own theme song. And now everyone's banner do have a theme song and it's free of charge. You're welcome. I loved writing this way too much. I think that like the easiest way for you to be taken seriously, like on a serious project, is to have some parts of it that are like really aren't serious. Which, you know, it's not true for every project. I don't think Everywhere at the End of Time would have been very well, like some tongue-in-cheek moments. But if you're doing like poetry and like writing and stuff, I think that having just like a little bit of comedy, it's like alleviate the mood, like as a taste cleaner. Like it really helps get the whole thing to feel more full, like flour on a cake, you know. It's what you do to Riz. You pick up another piece of paper. This one is ripped in half. Home in the skies, El, with his hollow voice, with its light, said, so it is done. And then I fell. The last few lines have long spaces between them. You pick up another piece of paper. A poem. A poet is someone who writes a poem. That's all it says. No point in ruining it. I like this. I like the Lost Girl's personality. Okay, who else is left? Sungazer girl. Meaning girl. Typewriter girl. Seer girl. ADHD girl. Painting girl. Condemned girl. Candle girl. Cool. All right. Dum 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 dum. All right, who is this one? Who this? Who is this? Condemned girl. I love her. Oh, I love her so much. She's so cool. She's one of the few characters who have finished merch, ready to be bought. I love her. And he just like press Z and she just like, oh, whoops. Sorry, Ghosty. Didn't see you there. I love how she has a little nickname for you. You're Ghosty. Hi. How are you? It's alright if you don't feel like chatting. Sorry if you don't feel like talking. I don't feel as loud as I usually am either. But, it would be nice to chat, I guess, if you want to. Alright, the world's ending. It's been ending for a while. Did you know that? I'm not even sure how I know that. I just know it. I can't explain it. There's just this burning feeling deep inside me that makes me aware of it. Like when you look at the sky and you just feel the blue. You don't have to ask yourself if there's anything going on in the sky that's making any blue happen. You just look at it and you're bombarded with blue from all sides, angles. Unless it's cloudy, then you're bombarded with a very spooky and cool gray sky. I like her. She's kind of awkward. She's a little cutie, a little cute. And also mental of darkness covering the world. I lost my train of thought. What I was saying is, I know it's coming. I know it's coming. I've also heard of other people who know it. I tried reaching out to them, but I couldn't. And that, that connects to the leader girl. Too far away. Too little time. Well, not really, actually. I have plenty of time. I might have started to feel it coming near maybe as far as a year ago? But at the time I wasn't so sure. I thought it was just a general anxiety. I thought it was just what growing up did to you. And people did talk about how they felt all emotional and stuff my age. She doesn't have an explicit age, like in game, but I designed her to be somewhere around 13. Like kind of like normal distribution, like the stuff that you feel around 13. Not the stuff that you feel around 13, but like the stuff that would be reasonable to like for someone to feel around 13. But like looking back now, I realize I should have done something. Anything. But I get why I didn't. I was scared. I didn't know what was going on. And the little voice that was whispering in my ear about the end of the world was too quiet for me to know what it was saying over the sound of all the other noise everything else makes. Yeah, this is a character that's very... That's pretty awkward to... to read out loud. And now it's late. And I'll never get to talk to another person who knows what's going on. I tried talking about it to the people around me, but they all react super weirdly to it. And we have the how they don't listen. This time I walked up to my mom and I was tearing up and shaking and just feeling bad. And she looked at me. She was making soup. She turned around and she looked at me. Whoa, that was sick. Did you see that? Damn, little. Damn. Anyway, I really like this part of the story, because it kind of shows how the condemned girl isn't really that good a storyteller, because like she just adds this like fully meaningless detail that her mom was making soup. Like she stops her story halfway through to be like, my mom was making soup, by the way, and it doesn't come up again, and it serves no purpose, and it's just there. Oh my god, I almost break everything. And she saw me crying, and she looked down and went like, oh my gosh, what happened? Are you okay? And stuff. She looked so worried. And with all my willpower, after waiting like a minute, I gathered all my courage and I said it. I thought about how I felt like the world was ending, how there was this link I had with everything that just made me know that we didn't have much time left. Much time at all. This is a spooky story. By the way, if you haven't read it, this is a spooky one. I thought about the weird symptoms I started having, about how I was more sure of this than I was of anything else in my life. My throat started to tighten so hard I could barely breathe. My eyes were locked shut. My fists were closed and so tight my nails left a mark in my palms. I was so scared. After a bit, I stopped talking, but she didn't say anything. We just stood there. Ugh. We just stood there in silence, in the dark. We stayed like that for I don't even know how long. It felt like 10 minutes, but I wasn't feeling okay, so who knows? All I know is, during that time, I was feeling too anxious to say or do anything. But my mom didn't do anything either. She just stayed there, kneeled down, and with her hand on my shoulder, without saying a word or moving an inch. After a while, I started feeling less anxious. My arms started being less tense, and my throat started opening up again. When I was calmer, I opened my eyes again. They were heavy, and it took a second or two. I looked up. I don't think I can forget her face. She looked dead. Not like dead, just... She looked like her body was empty. She was staring at me, but there wasn't a hint of life in her eyes. She was completely deadpanned. Exactly one use of deadpanned. I know that saying it like that makes it sound like she looked like she was dead. She absolutely didn't. She looked alive, but also like there was no thinking to go together with the rest of her. It was empty, piercing eyes and a slightly open mouth. That's what she looked like. Anyway, we just stayed there like that for a minute or two, looking at one another, like the world's most bone-chilling staring contest. After a bit, something made a weird noise outside, and we both reflexively looked at where it came from. And without missing a beat, she got up, started stirring the soup, and turned to me with a super warm smile and said, "Oh, there you are, sweetie. Dinner's almost done. Won't you be a rose and call everybody? Everyone?" Like we didn't just spend the last 20 minutes doing whatever we just did. Like I wasn't pale like the moon. Like I wasn't about to pass out from lack of air in my brain. I tried ignoring what happened and doing what she told me to, but my leg gave out and I fell in the corridor. And I couldn't stand up. I stayed there. After a while, I fell asleep. Woke up in my bed, lovingly tucked in and everything. I don't know how I got there. I never asked. I'm pretty sure this is a reference to something, but I can't remember what it is. I don't know how this happened. I never asked. I don't know. I don't know how much time I have left, but I feel like we're getting really close. Like I'm getting a feeling when you're looking out on the cliff, and we're at the edge of it. It's scary. Adrenaline eating everything else. I'm lightheaded. I feel like I'm going to pass out. But I have to stay awake. I have to. I'm pretty sure it's today. I'm almost positive. It is today. I can feel the world warping around me. Sometimes I can't even tell where my skin ends and the rest of the universe begins. Sometimes I don't even know. Sometimes I don't know where I am. I'll look up and I'll see those shapes in front of nothing instead of the sky. Infinitely large, infinitely far away shapes. Moving very, very slowly. And I'll feel so cold. A cold air with no wind. And then, as soon as I left, I'll come back to here, to my regular life, like I never even left. But more and more, I seem to be there more than I'm here. More and more, it feels like here isn't even fully coming back. Sometimes it won't even fade fully, like I'll be 2/3 in the real world, then I fade back out again. You're gonna wanna place it? You're gonna wanna put it out? A little 2/3, 1/3? The little creep. To be honest, I don't even know what the real world is anymore. The times where I can look at the normal sky, I can barely recognize it. Like, I know what it is, it's just the normal sky. It looks normal, but it doesn't feel like it. I can't feel the blue anymore. It's just a boundless mantle of nothing cover my home. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at the sky normally again. Ever. Sometimes, if it's really quiet, I can hear something. I don't know what it is, it's too faint for me to make it out. It's like violins or a choir or something. Choir? It sounds like an opera. An opera of people crying. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't even think it's coming from anywhere. It's just there in the background. Always. Very, very faint. There is no... I don't think there's any reasonable way you can figure this out. This refers to a song from Prelusion called Nude Fraud. I don't know how to speak French, so pardon my French. Nude Fraud, Quell, Nude Fraud Part 2. This is what she's listening. She's hearing. At least what I intended for her to be hearing. I don't really know what to talk about. Sorry. We can still watch the end of everything together if you want to. I'll be here. Forever. Okay, so she gives you an empty smile. Da. Okay, so this character has extra dialogue. It's one of the few characters with some extra stuff on it. Let me reopen Cheat Engine. Mouse? Thanks. No, not Cheat Engine. Enable Speed Hack. Okay. Oh. Okay, so let's look at her dialogue. No, it's just dot dot dot. Just dot dot dot. No, just dot dot dot. Just dot dot dot. It sounds so wet. The drums sound so wet. Dot dot dot. 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 It's time. Hey. It's time. It's time. Ooh, that's kind of sick though. This drum fill? Ooh. Oh shit. Damn. Okay. Damn. Kind of sick with it. It's time. I don't exactly remember if that's the last one. It's time. Yes, the final one is, and you know, it's at 10 minutes. I'm busy your own game, sir. Yes. I mean, I had never heard that drum fill before as the music slows down. I was kind of sick with it. All right, it's time. It's time. It's time. Okay, I'll keep doing it. It's time. 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 Oh wait, no, actually it's going to be 10 minutes, right? Yeah, we have like 30 seconds up to 10 minutes something. Because only when it's 10:00 that it goes to the final scene. Okay. We have a bug to fix on the Steam version, guys. We have something to fix. Anyway, I closed the game because there's nothing from the point onwards. I'll just assume that OBS is gonna catch the game. You know, just go forward. Worst case scenario, like you don't see the thing. It's not worth it. I'm not ready. Sounds beautiful from here. Let it go. We didn't get enough. I may never. Where are we going? A poet is a poem. This is all just a bad dream. The sun rays grace my skin. Too late. I'm already dead. Awesome. I believe we are like 2/3 of the way through the characters. We're absolutely like probably like 4/5 of the way through the stream. There are only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters left. Damn, that's really not recorded. Oh, but the longest character by far we're done with, who is the indie girl. Like a lot of the upcoming ones aren't really that long. Shut the fuck up. All right, so we're looking for. Nope. God damn, I need to go to sleep. You should. Everyone's I hope all of you are having a good day. My presentation is called wait, let me get that. Here. My presentation is called On the Power of Music and Feeling. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So, for information, we have left the candle girl, the painting girl, the meaning girl, the sun gazer girl, and the ADHD girl. I think that's all of them, right? Here we go, Seer girl. Hi. Oh god, oh my god. I love her. Did anyone else feel that? She's so small. I don't know. I don't. It just... I don't know. Okay, so she's a light bulb. And the reason she's a light bulb is because there is one video of a guy, and it's probably staged, but it's really funny. A guy who's like a guy whose daughter is having like a sleepover, and they're playing with an Ouija board like up on the staircase. And then what he does is he goes through like the source of power and the houses just keeps turning shit on and off. And you hear the fucking reverberating teenage girl screams. It's so funny. It's so funny. So that's why she's a light bulb. Cause light on off. So, oh god, it happened again. Oh no. Stop moving. Stop moving. This is gonna sound stupid. I think there's a ghost here. Oh, I know exactly which video you mean. Yes. Oh yeah, there's something here. Oh, hello? What do you want? Do you want to talk? Hi? Come here often? It's so... I this is listen. I don't know a lot about this, admittedly. But like the way this is written, I like this is one of like the weirder characters in like writing form. Uh, it just like so weird how like teenage girl writing sounds so much like teenage girl speaking, even though like the writing is wild and doesn't make any sense uh like phonetically, like having like 50 question marks and like uh a nail polish emoji. But like fits, and that really helps me. Okay, my friend wants to talk to you. They're asking you to do something to communicate. And now like it's not, she's no longer showing her personality. She's just like passing information to you. If you can, like lift a water bottle or something. I guess I don't know. Just please stop doing that. Okay, I'm not sure you know exactly what you're doing. Yeah, what you're doing is shut up, people. This is important. What you're doing is you're phasing through me, and you're making me feel cold, and you're shuffling my guts every time you do it. And if I puke on this carpet and it's God above as my witness, I'm going to the shadow realm, finding your sorry ass and making you clean this thing yourself. She should say butt. She should say butt instead of ass. I don't know why I wrote ass. I think I just forgot that some people consider that a swear. Don't say swears. Please just move the bottle or the shirt or something. Right. So, ghostly, ghostier. There's Ghosty again. Sammy here. There's Sammy again. That's my friend. She just said that maybe phasing through me is all you can do. So, let's make some tests. Some scientific stuff. If you can only phase through me, do it again on the next 10 seconds. Okay, I'll do it. And then I'll have to not do it later. Right. That clears things up. Thank you. Bye-bye. Sorry I got mad at you earlier. I realized you're probably like 1,000 tortured souls or whatever. And maybe my reaction was too much. Right, Sammy wants to talk to you. She says, hi. I hope you're okay. And if you are who I think you are, I miss you. And I love you. And okay, and I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I really like this. I'll never forgive myself. I really like this character because it's the one where like it's the biggest focus on like your like what's happening, like what exactly is going on, like mechanically. It's like you can only hear this one character, and you can like trigger the interaction. You have no control of like what the interaction is, and you can only hear the character speak. But that doesn't mean they're like standing still or like there's nobody else there. Like you just connected to only this one character. I'm sorry. And if you're not her, look for her for me. You see her sitting on roofs during dawn, looking at the people on the sidewalk. They're sitting on roofs again. She'll tell you she's waiting for something. She'll say she doesn't know what she's waiting for. Wait with her for me. You see her hidden in fields and between buildings during the afternoon. She'll be quiet and have her eyes closed. I think there's a character that is good for me to... I'll pause right now. I think it's a good character for me to talk about a design principle that I had making this game, which was... There's a thing in RPGs that are like a pet peeve of mine, which is when you walk up to someone who's like meant to be a stranger, and they say something like, "My girlfriend always gets upset at me for picking the wrong size shirts, so I guess I'll just pick a skirt this time." You don't know this person. They don't know you. What about a "hello, my name is Jim"? Or like, "What do you want?" or something. Like, like one thing that I wanted on this game was that every piece of dialogue made sense for it to like happen. I didn't want any suspension of disbelief from the person in terms of the reason why the conversation is happening. So this is a thing that like changed the design of a lot of characters very significantly, because for a lot of them, like the introduction to what they were gonna say didn't work, and so I just had to like rebuild the whole character from foundation up, just so that I could get the beginning part of the character to work. The ending part, not a big a deal. You know, I could just keep writing if we didn't get to the end. But the beginning, like you notice that like pretty much every single character has like a normal and different introduction to the conversation. This one, you're like phasing through her, but not only that, like the character who's actually like the center of the interaction is a different character who's only with the character you're interacting with. It's this kind of stuff that I like to do. She's listening for the hollow. Close your eyes. Also, she no longer capitalized the first letter of every word. She's not doing like the enunciation. She was. Listen to her for me. You see her sit by the edge of the forest late at night. She won't tell you what she's doing. She looks stressed before she sees you. But she'll shine you a sad smile when you arrive. And she won't look as tense anymore. Also, there's forests. Big motif. Oh. Tell her one day I'll look for her. And we won't be alone again. Is that everything? Oh. That's everything, I guess. Frick. Jeez. I hope you're okay, ghost girl. I saw you, like, died and stuff. Maybe if you face through me when you feel sad or something, we can make you a company by, like... talking to you and everything. What do you think? Not doing this. That is more of the Lost Girl personality. By the way, I'm not gonna restart the game just to do that. If you don't do the 10 seconds thing and you try to talk to her again after the 10 seconds are up, the Lost Girl will say it's not safe. Alright, so who's left? It is Candle Girl, one of my favorites. I love her so much. And Poetry Girl, and ADHD Girl, and Mini Girl, and Sungazer Girl, and Typewriter Girl. I wrote a lot of dialogue for this game. Right, hold this. Typewriter Girl! She doesn't move. She's one of the characters who doesn't move because she's a typewriter. Oh. Hello. Apologies. I was not expecting you to arrive so soon. I hoped for a few more psychos at least. I really enjoyed making this character. She talks the way that my soul talks. If I knew you were coming now, I would have made sure everything was of a higher fidelity than it is now. Oh, well, poets and poems. This character is a lot of fun to make, partly because she, there's a lot of hints to like everything, like even beyond everything ends in zero, and I really liked how I really like building those, making those little hints and like making her, but putting it in her personality and from her perspective and what she would know and what she wouldn't know, what she would think. It was pretty fun. Apologies for all the rough edges. I have yet to start to work out personality generation, also the fucking semicolon. Our speeches are all malformed. Granted, some less than others, but malformed regardless. You have to accept it. I hope you enjoy your stay. I have prepared special sounds, sights, and scenes for you to experience. Please do take it all in. And, of course, I'm greatly thankful for you to choose to go through this experience in the first place. People like you are... Wait. Do you have one of them? You do? How in the world did you get one of them? You weren't even meant to know they exist until the next scene. Oh, she lacks critical information. I guess it's already done. Alright. I cannot lie. This does take things out of order. There shouldn't be anything too hard to deal with, though. Only moving some moments to here and there. I should still let you know, you're lucky to have gotten this in a safe environment. This is one big piano. That's a typewriter. What do you mean? It's a typewriter. And I'm lucky you have no active role in this. Lest you smash it or let someone take it. Huh? And I'm lucky you have no active role in this. Lest you smash it or let someone else take it. Now, back to the topic at hand. Our vessels are subpar, to say the least. And, frankly, I cannot tell you why. I have no idea of what keeps going wrong. But at least they're functional, if only for their voices. Hmm? My plan was to make this a sprawling city and have it breathe with its inhabitants. You would move through its parks and its buildings, and you would see the sunrise and the sunset. And it would be full, and it would have color, and it would have sound, and it would have life. But alas, all I can seem to create is hollow. There's hollow again, and black, and there's black again, and silent and still. Apologies. I'm afraid there's not much else I can say. I'm not unlike them. I can only talk for so long. I hope it was long enough. But regardless, I would like you to see more things. You don't have much time, and I'd hate to slow you down further. So, please, move along. Go. And then she says, go again. So that's typewriter go. I don't think there's much to say for me to say about her that like wouldn't give a lot of stuff away. Like it's a fine line to tread, like between giving too much away while I'm doing this. Okay, it's just a condemned girl. Sorry, the misfortune girl. It's a fine line between giving actual commentary and like giving information about the game and not spoiling things that are yet to come. All right, so we have left the Kendall girl. The Kendall girl! Oh my god, it's Kendall girl. I love her so much. Hi there, lady. Would you be interested in a teaspoon of wax? We pinky promise to have nothing but the highest quality, lowest price, organic and locally sourced wax. That's our motto, yes sir. She's so cute. Our Wax Plus package has everything you need to get started. A cup of wax, a pair of ultra fashionable gloves, a matter transmutation, and a warm hug. Wait, you don't think it's useful? That's so silly. Just think about it this way. You're getting ready for a really, really, really important speech you have to give. And have written a beautiful poem, a heartfelt story, and a handful of incredible arguments for it. A speech? Hmm? But the most important thing is, you're wearing the suit your best friend gave to you for the special occasion. And that means you feel more confident than ever, because it reminds you that even if you say something wrong or fall on stage or something, there's still someone falls on stage. There's still someone who's going to support you every step of the way. But oh no, when just about to leave, gets caught in the door handle, and the rip opens up. That's awful. But there's no need to fear, for your wax is here. It can fix the rip right up. All you need to do is put your suit in a matter transmutator and fill with just a drop of wax, and it'll be good as new. That's the power of wax. Oh, you're interested now. My story worked. That's awesome. Okay, what about this? Because I think you're really cool, I'll cut you a deal. You can get the Wax Plus package and just pay for the wax. That's right. If my hug's gonna be free, it's still all the century. So what do you say about that? Oh, you don't have any money? Oh, I love how it gets lowercase. I'm afraid I only have so much wax I can give for free. I kinda need to make a profit, or else I won't be able to get any more X for myself. There's really not a lot good of me left. But hey, don't feel blue. I can still give you the hug. Here. I don't have arms anymore. That's right. They fell down a few sales ago. It's it's A-okay. I'm gonna get through this, and you're gonna get your hug. let me just... This part, this specific gap. Okay, so this was the second character I ever made, the Kendall Girl. You can kind of tell because she's not as abstract or like as symbolic as a lot of the other characters. Like she's literally a candle. And you know, again, like themes of decay that were very, very strong early on. You know, she's burned out literally. But the thing that I want to say is that specific gap before she says, let me just, and between here, okay, had a line of dialogue that went something along the lines of, the Kendall Girl, this is the Lost Girl dialogue thing, you know, like she's saying it. The Kendall Girl pulls out a phone and rings someone with her finger as clearly indicated to her character's bride. You know, a little joke, a little tongue-in-cheek joke. I removed that, and I think it's interesting that I did, because you know, going back to the thing I said before, where I think it's good, or I think it's helpful for someone to take a piece of art seriously, a serious piece of art seriously, if it has a little bit of tongue-in-cheek moments. I think that it's something you need to be careful with, where and how and with what you add those moments. The Kendall Girl is a much more comic character. There's a lot of little jokes on her, but that one specific line of dialogue kind of broke the internal logic of the game by going in a direction that was kind of like, hey, this is kind of a parody or something. It's like a little like meta joke about the game you're playing. And although I'm definitely no stranger to meta stuff, I think that for Everything Ends in Zero, a meta joke like that would do more harm than good for the tone of the story. I usually prefer meta things in one of two flavors. For meta comedy, I like it to be like a pure absurdist comedy, like Auntie Donna level, and then I'm comfortable like doing some references or like something that's really not like serious at all, so like barely no lore. And for like drama or this more like personal intimate things that I write, I much prefer the meta textual narrative, like the meta stuff, to be either like a part of the narrative, a mechanic, a piece of horror or drama. I don't think it works as a joke very well, because it's like, you know, imagine like there's a universe beyond our own, and then like we make a joke about like, oh, how do we know there's a universe beyond our own, and like, isn't it weird how we do this, which doesn't really make sense, because we wouldn't be aware of such a thing. I think it's a thing to pay attention to, where and how you write some things. In fact, everything is something like it's important to pay attention to. But for something like you do specifically that you know changes the tone of the thing you're writing, I think it's important to Be very, very careful with that. Because because it's possible to change the tone in a way that's way too big without you even realizing it. God, my throat burns. Okay. Okay. I just called my bestest friend in the world, and guess what? She has a bunch of wax of her own. Turns out she was an early investor. She has tons of stuff. Who knew? And the best thing is, she's coming here right now. That's right now. And she's even bringing me new arms too. And she said it's only going to take 1 hour. That's what she said. 1 hour. Not a second more, not a second less. 1 hour. 60 minutes. 360. 3,600 seconds. 600 seconds. And unless something really out of the ordinary happens in the next hour, we have nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing at all. As the chances of... Wait. No, never mind. And since the chances of that are astronomically small, we can just sit here and relax until she arrives. Dreams really do come true. You're getting your hug and wax plus after all. After all. She smiles at you. She smiles at you. She smiles at you. I love her so much. She's so cute. Okay, so we have left the painting girl, the ADHD girl, and the meaning girl, and the sun gazer girl. And then we will be done with the main girls. And I won't go through any other girls. I would if you were known. Right, who's next? Yeah, right now we're in a point where, you know, there's one character in specific, the ADHD girl. Her dialogue is quite lengthy. But other than that, all the other characters are kind of like much shorter. That's Leader Girl. I sleep. Oh, hello there, friend. Wasn't there respect in faces, not default days. But ain't no such thing as too late, guys, eh? Goodbye. Alright, who next? I'm really proud of how I made the background look. Like, has a bunch of different art styles almost. Will still be like very continuous. Like right now we're kind of like a 90s. I forgot the term. Like a 90s like abstract. And there was some like kind of futuristic chromatic aberration early on, and you know, later on still it's just like ultra minimalistic with just like one like tiny random splotch of like pink, for example. Enjoy. I enjoyed. I have tweaked. I have spent a lot of time tweaking this background, just so I could get timings right of the shapes. Wait. There's something here. of the shapes separating. Where are you? And moving relative to each other. Where are you? Oh. Oh my god, TV is high, so high to see you. Can we talk? Is that okay with you? I've not been doing very well, haha. Burn in hell. Okay, downwards. ADHD girl. ADHD girl. Painting girl. Sungazer girl. Meaning girl. The freaking 4. I think we have time for one of them. I don't think we have time if it's the ADHD girl. If I find her, I'll skip and I'll do it again next run. Almost done. No, we're not like that almost done. There's still some stuff to comment after the game is finished. The album and the merch and stuff. There's like one or two, you know, just like there were one or two miscellaneous things in the beginning. There are gonna be one or two miscellaneous things in the end to talk about. Where? Still down. Oh, it's curving. No, please. Oh, really close. It's pretty much full down. Oh, no, it's here. There. Salutations, lost girl. What do you come to me for? Okay, so this girl, a little bit bad timing, she has her own music track, which is a slow down version of Gymnopedia #1. Slow down and like it's like a MIDI of Gymnopedia #1, and then I edited it and I changed the timings and stuff. And then like it keeps playing. It's a very like soft and reverberating rendition. And then as soon as it hits 30 minutes and it's like the bell, it cuts. It does a hard cut, which is something I love about this character. Because you're kind of in this bubble where you know, it's just you're just not really getting the vibes from around you, and then all of a sudden it hits you, which I love. I love like one or two characters on the game that like do like different stuff, like the meaning girl with her music, or the seer girl with the interaction timing, or the what's the word? Oh my god, I fully spaced out. Or the leader girl, when you move around from her and she talks to you again, unprompted. What do you come to me for? That is, what do you seek? I shall attempt to help you find it. All you must do is allow me. She was also one of the first characters I made. I see your desire for conversation, although I also know your silence. Still, I should ask you once more. What do you seek? I fear that, despite the senses given to me, I fail to recognize your filter. But I shall still present you my own thoughts, if you wish. In many ways, the fight between realizing one's desire for self-expression and realizing one's desire for recognition is not dissimilar to how one would choose to light a fire. Self-expression is nearly silent, personal, and does not usually travel far. It is akin to coal, burning an almost false flame, low and dim, but for a long time. Recognition, on the other hand, is loud, impossible to ignore. It transcends oneself and becomes its own larger beast. It is akin to gasoline, immediate, intense, and easily capable of taking over anyone who finds their self too close to it, be it the one who set it or another. Regardless, fire is an extraordinary tool for those who need it. But it always requires a vessel, it always needs to be called, and it always needs to be able to appear. And no form is without its flaws. Should one feed their fire coal, keep it burning in a reclusive and quiet but persistent flame, and risk being consumed by the deep black cold, there's black again. Or should one feed their fire gasoline, never to worry about the darkness and the cold again, and risk being engulfed by the sharp white flame? There's white again. There is no correct answer. There is no optimal path. Some flaws are without benefits, and some truths do not imply lies. This world is not perfect. It merely mimics perfection. It can only ever approach it. That is also true for all things within it. I am not my real self, neither are you. We are flawed copies. Some of us are far from what we represent. But with a large enough sample size, one is able to see it, to see us. Not as our parts, not as their sum, but as their fusion. You must understand this. Truths, revelations, people, events, they are not additive nor subtractive. All they do is build up to an average. That average, the one of contradictions, the one that is logically impossible, the one that can never truly happen. That is the truth. Okay, so this is the rule of averages, which is a very important concept for you to take with you forward on Find Adam. It is where the like platonic thing comes from. Platonic characters come from. We reveal the invisible light through filtered colors, distorting the shapes and sizes of the things we exist to show. We reveal the unhearable sound through vibrations from our resonant frequencies, ignoring all pitches that are not as our own. This world, along with its inhabitants and all of its things, is transient. It exists for a purpose, and when that purpose is fulfilled, it will no longer have a reason to be. And all of us, our experiences, our stories, our life, it will all end. Will. Your lungs have not yet fully stopped functioning. Breathe. You are here. I am here. We are here. We are no longer aware. We won't be anymore. But we are conscious. Right now, for an infinitesimal amount of time, we are alive. It does not matter what comes next. It does not matter what came before. No moments other than this one exist. We can only ever live now. Again, breathe through your nose this time. Do you smell that? Petrichor. There goes rain again. This tragedy has this tragedy has brought at least one good thing to you. All of them do. You only have to find them. You do not have much time. You must be aware of this, truly aware. Become numb to this idea or let it take over you, and you have lived a life of inaction. But be aware of it and accept its bitterness, and you have lived a life as peaceful as the still and silent fog that comes during dawn. There goes the sun again. And maybe, after you learn to evaporate the hard and opaque stone walls of habit, through that fog, you will see it. And its light will grace your skin, and its heat will make you notice how cold you used to feel. I do not know how you feel about my advice so far. I would like to think that I have opened your eyes to any problems you must have, but I cannot ever truly know. Maybe you believe I am naive. Maybe you believe I am pretentious. Maybe you believe I am shallow. I know many others do. I do not mind those thoughts. I do not mind being pretentious. This is temporary. The view from above is exhilarating, and I will become humble when I fall. We are all entitled to our thoughts. And my values and my views, they do not necessarily match yours. So I would like to ask you one thing. Seek your own meaning. Seek your own thoughts. All I did was give you mine. They are not universal. Each situation is different. Each shard of each person is different. They're shards again. So go, seek your own happiness. Wherever you find it, it is yours. But I cannot find it for you. Go. And this go is the same go as the one from the typewriter. It's not literally the same go. The typewriter girl one said. The typewriter girl one has quotation marks. This one doesn't. Anyway, we don't have. I can't fucking see anything. So I close the game. Start it again. I accept. I wish you didn't know. Sometimes I can hear ticking. Hello? And then I died. Let it go. Please don't talk to me. It was a trick. The truth is running in our blood. You should really go to bed. Remember, averages. Nothing is true. Everything ends in 0. Hey, what's going on, guys? We're gonna be doing a mini game. Hey, yo. In this short life that only merely lasts an hour, how much, how little is within our power? Emily Dickinson. Bro, there's no way her name was actually Dickinson. It's a door. Okay, so the characters we have left are Painting Girl, the ADHD girl, and the Sungazer girl. And then we'll be done. It'll be bye-bye to the girls. Painting Girl, hi. We're just speaking of you. Hey, what'd you think of the painting? This one is also this one was kind of like the gravitational center of when like the switch occurred from like the two different design philosophies for the game, like the K one and the more full one and like distinct, like the abstract character shapes and stuff. This one you notice has a moving painting, which doesn't really make sense with the rules of the animation. It. I don't care about changing it. I think it's actually interesting to keep it, specifically because it shows this development movement. Yeah, I've been working on it for a while. It's more work than it looks like. But hey, are most things. Okay, I remember something. This is an example of a thing that people have thought have actually happened to me. Yeah, I'll be right back. Gotta take a shower. All right. This is an example of a thing that people have guessed happened to me. Never happened to me. Can I get mad for a second? Thanks. All right, so I just gotta talk about this. I just gotta talk about this on someone, or I'm gonna die. I need to rant about this. Okay, so like a week or two back, right? I was on the server channel group chat thing, and it has like a self-promo art channel thingy, and I like lurking in there, adding little reacts to people's stuff. And it usually has a pretty chill vibe to it. People are pretty nice there. But this one time, a girl posted a drawing there, and I'm gonna begin by saying it wasn't great, but like people just went wild on her drawing, and it didn't help that she was also responding a lot of, and it didn't help that she was also responding a lot of the comments, and everyone's pretty hard of her brains over it all. It just borderline turned into a fight. Basically, she never studied anatomy or color theory or like anything, nothing. But she really liked her cartoons and anime. So her art style was, let's say, coalescent. But like, she didn't give a fuck, right? She wasn't like, okay, I must learn as many different techniques as possible so I can more efficiently express my intentions. She didn't give a fuck. She just wanted to make a drawing. She had no desire for improvement whatsoever. And yet, I like seeing people get better at stuff. It's great. But if she doesn't want to, she doesn't want to. Like, making stuff is meant to be fulfilling. It's meant to be fun. If you're doing stuff just because... If you're doing stuff just because other people won't stop talking about how you had to do it... If you're doing something that you don't think it's fun, you're not gonna want to do it, right? And if you're trying to fucking bully someone into doing something the right way, not only are you gonna fail, you're gonna be discouraging them into doing stuff in the future. And who knows, maybe someday she's naturally gonna want to look into learning how to make better stuff. And if she doesn't, that means she's always satisfied with her art, and that's more than so many people can say. If someone's not hurting anybody, like, who cares? Stop trying to make everything fit into your production-centric idea of quality. I'm tired of gatekeepers. I'm tired of people saying that art has a threshold. This is where we begin to like strongly agree with this character. I am a big proponent. I am a big defender that there is no such thing as art, and art is specifically a perception thing rather than a creation thing. And if you perceive something as art, then it is art for you. I am very much against artistic prescriptionism and the definition of art, and the saying that, like, the passionately saying that something is not art. I will defend people saying that something is art. I'm tired of people saying that art has a threshold. Don't you get how discouraging that is? How many people do you think have dreamed day in and day out of making something? People had the resources to do so, but never made anything because they thought that it wouldn't be good enough. that it wouldn't be actual art. How many people do you think could have made something truly magnificent but never got there because they didn't get enough encouragement? Because people I just thought of somebody. So there was this girl, right? We used to hang out in high school. She used to make comics. She didn't show them to a lot of people. She did to me. Her drawings looked awkward as hell, and her writing was unbelievably stiff. But look in her eye when she finished a story was impossible to replicate. They glowed. You could tell she put all the love of the world and all the work she possibly could into them. And I loved it too. One day, I don't like this topic I got myself into. Let's talk about something else. Yeah. I'm working this project here. I've been working on progressively less and less abstract paintings. And when I get to the point where I'm just painting reality, I'll set all my paintings on fire. Then I'll grind everything like the wood ash until it's all homogeneous dust. I'll put that all in a box, mix it well, and spread the ashes as far and wide as I possibly can. I think my message is clear enough. I hope the feeling catches on. I pray the feeling catches on. Hopefully, eventually, people's sense of fulfillment won't be based off of a patchwork cataloging system we came up with on the spot. But we'll see. Alright. Sorry to cut a conversation short, but I really gotta work on this if I want to finish it by the time I'm dead. Also, I'm not really in the mood for talking anymore. You can stay hanging around if you want. My laptop's over there. You can cue music. Just don't fill it up. Make it one mine, one yours or something. Also, please put some chill music. Your noise playlists are just so creepy. Okay, alright. I really gotta stop talking now. Sorry. I need to finish this. Talk to you later. Right, so this character, it surprised me. I'm gonna drink water. It surprised me how she didn't say a thing I thought she was gonna say. It may be a bug, but because I very vividly remember this, but I may re-add it onto the Steam version if I haven't. Which is after she goes one day, referring to the girl, I thought she went. One day people found her drawings. People can cause abhorrent things to happen to those who consider lesser. And let's talk about something else. I don't remember this. Okay, so who is left? The ADHD girl and the Sungazer girl. Okay. It's just the two. Just the two of us. Nope. Get fucked. Goodbye. My throat burns. Bad burns. Like it feels like I've had like a cold for a week now. Kind of burn. No, it's just poetry. Ground. Stuff from Nunam. Yep, don't care. Goodbye. I'll be quiet when I don't have anything to add on. No need to make quips. No one my throws like this anyway. You saw this one already? Oh, that Sunger is a girl. Alright. God, the sky is beautiful. 100 million stars, each one 100 million times larger than us. There's not going to be much to say about this character. I will say her character design is one of the ones I'm the most proud of. 1, that's a butterfly. 2, that's a star. 3, that's some cool armor thing, some cool like neck armor thing, like Gundam. 4, that's the shape of the hands in the nerd fighter symbol thing, which it most definitely is. 100 million stars, each one 100 million times larger than this. Wow. Do you ever just wonder about size? Like, we're so bad at understanding it. You can be told out of a mountain down to the millimeter, but you won't understand how big it is until you're at the base of it. I could say we're to mountains what mountains are to stars, but that's not true. We're bigger, and mountains are still massive. We aren't well equipped to deal with huge things, huge numbers, huge objects, huge crowds, anything. And I say huge here as an unfortunate accidental hyperbole. So there's this thing called subitizing. It's basically what it's called when you can tell just by a glance how many of something there are in a group. For example, if you were to see 3 rocks or something side by side with each other, you'd immediately know there were 3 without having to count them. That's subitizing. But the funny and extremely humbling thing about it is this ability to instantaneously know how many of something there are in a group, thereby looking at it, pretty much stops at, drumroll please, 4. That's actually a drum. That's comically small. And it's only down here from there. Yeah, we get worse at guessing the sizes of things the more there are. We're not built for this. We're not built to find out the mysteries of the universe, to figure out every equation of how every little thing interacts with every other little thing. But it's not because we're not built to that we can't. It's just harder. We can still develop vaccines, we can travel half a world in a day, we can fly to the moon and back, and live. We do things no other known species can even comprehend at a daily basis without even thinking much of it. And buddy, remember is down, we're just getting started. Have you ever heard of a Dyson bubble? Okay, so imagine a solar panel, except instead of being a very small one, it's a very, very, very big one in space, pointing at a star. Imagine it occupies about the same space in the sky for that star as our planet does. Okay, now, imagine there's like 200 of those and they're all sending their energy back to us. Just think of what we could do with so much energy. We could simply not care about how much energy we'll use. We could greatly reduce cost of living everywhere. We could fix problems we're never able to because they need too many resources. Yeah, this is all beyond our current capabilities, but in 1890, flying a plane was a ridiculous idea. Fast forward just a single human life, and we're in the moon. We're on the moon, but it's a misspelling that works as a misspeech. We can only do those things because we dream, because we hope that within our lifetimes we'll be a part of something greater than everything else that came before it. Wait, let me do my microphone. There it is. Okay. Wait. I hope that's not like blowing up everything. I did have the compressor. It should be fine. The only reason we ever went to the moon and back, the reason we ever invented planes, the reason we ever developed vaccines, is because people dream insane dreams, and some particularly insane people will be just insane enough to actually dedicate their lives to trying to achieve them. And when they do, the world shall never be the same again. Okay, so this quote was originally a quote from Meaning Girl. Originally, Meaning Girl was just like meant to be this kind of posh. Was this like this posh philosopher character before I decided to give her more awareness, and she would say this quote: "The world shall never be the same again," and the implication is that she like writes books and like does like philosophy and like science communication stuff. And the Sangha is a girl who is very interested in science and stuff and philosophy. Is someone who would very much be into that, and so she would internalize this quote. It didn't end up happening because of Meaning Girls, because of Meaning Girls' later character design. There's another two facts. Number one, if you want to know the diameter of the observable universe to an accuracy of the size of a hydrogen atom, you need about 40 digits of pi. Number two, we know 62 digits of pi. Wait, I think I hit a word there. What I meant to say was, number two, drum roll, please. I love this little second drum roll, please, which is like for a much sicker thing than the first one. We know 62 trillion digits of pi. Okay, so we know more. Pretty much right after I uploaded the game, a mathematician has found 100 trillion digits of pi. Let me just look up how many digits of pi are known, because there may have been. Okay, apparently it's 105 trillion. 105 trillion. Yeah, 105 trillion decimal digits. Wait a minute. No fucking way. Last month, they did it again. Last month they did it again. Fucking mad lads. I'm gonna have to. Man, by the time this comes out on Steam, I'm gonna have to fucking update it twice. Okay. Anyway, no, 105 trillion digits of pi, which is almost twice as much as when I made this game 2 years ago. Humanity is fucking sick. Reminder, we're a species that struggles with numbers larger than form. Yeah, man. If that's not indicative of how awesome we are, I don't know what is. I don't know what else to say. Oops. And then it's just done. Cool. Now there's just the one character left. Just ADHD girl. Right? Correct? Yes, correct. And there she is. The last one. Don't fall. Don't fall. Please. Okay. All right, let's go. Time to write. Okay. Time to write. Let's do it. Just gotta get in the mood. Just gotta get in the mood first. Change the lighting. Some dirty yellow color maybe. That's too yellow. No, just white. Okay, good. That's nice. Now dim it a bit. Now it's not yellow enough. There it is. There it is. Okay, there we go. I'm feeling it. Alright, let's write. What program do I use? I have Notepad. That does not seem professional. Okay, let's look that up. Book, writing, program. And enter. Okay, there we go. Here's one. And it only costs Notepad it is. Okay, create new file. I need a file name. Okay. Me and the girls dot txt. Okay, nice. Now open it. Jesus Christ, that is so bright. Is there another dark mode to this? Alright, glad to see you are in 2012. You can't even have a slightly darker white. Okay, darker on the screen. And it's at minimum already. God. It is so painful for me to read this dialogue. Because it's just like I have 2 ADHDs. Damn it. Okay, no worries. I wanted to be in prolonged pain today anyway. Okay, right. God, it's so tense here. I need music. Where's my phone? There it is. Okay, just unlock it real quick. Shit. The implication is that she's getting the lock thing wrong. Shit. Okay, it's time locked now. 13 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now careful. There it is. What was I going to do? Music, right. Got it. Where's the player? Here. Just fuck it, shuffle. Skip. Okay, I like this one. Okay, now focus. I can't write with music on. What time is it? Jesus Christ, I've done nothing for 10 minutes. Why am I tired already? Chapter 1. Here we got some cool stuff. I don't really have much to say about, the ADHD girl, because she has ADHD. It's a real thing that exists. and there's not much for me to clarify on it. I woke up today in a weird place, but the writing is interesting, and I'll try to see I'll try and look if I can give any insights from the writing which don't serve as spoilers. I woke up today in a strange place. That's too far into the story. Okay, lead everything. Let's start again. It's raining. There's rain in it. I've always liked the rain. It drowns everything. I don't know how to continue that. This is a story of a girl named Violet. Very obvious, very very on your face, Stanley Parable reference. Violet lives in a village with her family. Her community is very closely knit. Violet does well in school. She has a handful of friends, but not many. Violet has dreams. She wants to move to the big city and become a famous star. Violet is normal. Well, that is, except for one small thing. Sometimes, once in a blue moon, and when nobody is looking, a spirit will show itself to her. It's coming, the spirit will say, the end of everything. And then, after a while, the spirit would vanish. What do you mean? Violet used to ask. But to no avail. It's coming, the spirit would repeat, the end of everything. And then, after a while, the spirit would vanish. I'm stuck again. What the fuck? I've always felt the hardest part of any project is just starting out, you know? This quote, this specific quote, is a quote that I have written many times for many different projects. Most notably, IMNE. As many story intros for as a part of many story intros on IMNE, and it's a feeling that I hold true, and it's something that I wrote all the way back in, I believe, 2017, right when I decided to make a Storytime animation channel for the first time. The Storytime animation channel that I wanted to make slowly morphed into IMNE. It's something that I genuinely believe, not for everyone, not in general, because I have really crippling inattentive ADHD, and it sucks, and I can't do anything. I can't bring myself to go to the kitchen and get some water. I can't bring myself to eat when I'm hungry. I can't bring myself to get out of bed or out of an uncomfortable position, etc., etc., etc. And this right here is extremely true. There are few things I love more than art and then making art. And there are few things that are feel more, for the lack of a better word, psychological pain, psychological agony than when I'm making art. And it's something that it's really hard to deal with. And I'm always trying to balance between uh making so little art that I feel like my brain is rotting, and making any art to the point where I feel like I'm going to blow up, just because like how my brain refuses to cooperate. It's a huge issue, and this is pretty much the sentence that encompasses it. I've written it. I've put it into Word 100 times before. I have the sentence memorized. I've always felt the hardest part of any project is just starting out, and I will read it. I'll write it 100 times more. Probably not anymore because I already used this sentence. But I will no doubt write 100 more sentences like it. It sucks. My throat is hurting so much. Like the getting up. I'm so tired. My throat is not gonna be able to repeat this. Just like pretend I'm reading it as over and over again. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why is this? Why am I? Why? Why can't I write? I just want to write. I just want to write. This I really wrote from the heart. Why is this impossible? God, I'm 24. A fucking 24-year-old grown-ass woman crying over not being able to write her edgy fucking middle school level fic. Living in her fucking parents' house. Never had a job. Never had to actually work a single day in my life. Got everything fucking handed to me in a golden plate, and I still managed to fuck everything up. Spoiled little piece of shit. Yeah. I'm gonna die in this nowhere town with those nobody people, and I have lived a nothing life. Having done nothing worth remembering, having done nothing worth mentioning, having done nothing great, Also, the nothing worth mentioning is a little bit of mirroring of the indie girls doing nothing worth mentioning in a speech, or daring, or interesting, without having done anything at all, leaving the world completely unchanged, as if I was never there in the first place. And the only place my name's ever gonna be written on with bold letters is my gravestone. That's a frustratingly good quote. I should write that down. The only place my name will ever be written down on will be my gravestone. I like how it's slightly different from what she said. Save, close. I should go to bed. Gotta wake up early tomorrow, and then we go full circle. No, not really full circle. She's not the last girl on the queue. But you know, wake up early tomorrow with the sleeping girl. And so we have it. Every single normal girl from Everything Ends in Zero. Let me put the microphone back in. Okay, so there's still some stuff I want to go over before I close stream. As much as I'm tired, as much as my throat hurts, I really want to like leave all of this on a single video. I don't wanna have to split this. So the game, as I have said plenty of time, is having a Steam port coming down, and with the Steam port, it's kind of a like Everything Ends in Zero deluxe edition, if that makes sense. Same game, same engine, like same project file. You would just have like stuff for Steam specifically, stuff that updated, like the Pi thing. I'm not gonna update it into perpetuity. I think it's interesting to leave it as a milestone of when Pi was like of the placement of Pi as last was. I plan on adding different endings to the Steam version. It will still be free, by the way, even though putting a game on Steam is paid. The game will be free. I think there will probably be a paid DLC where you can just like, with like very little, like very small stuff, like you get a little hat or something. Just for you to, you know, support the game on the store itself. Man, my brain is really like stopped working right now. I am currently not right now currently, but I've been very slowly, with the help of João Pedro Raudi, the person who set up my website and is the first name on the special thanks on my credits. Very slowly setting up a shop for Finetten, an online store. I'm not gonna give you the link for it because it's not done yet, but we are working very slowly on it. The reason I bring this up is I want to show some designs for Everything Ends in Zero merch, which I think is relevant. They're already available for purchase, but you have to like manually reach out to me and like ask, because the website doesn't work yet. Let's see. Projects. Shop. Items, posters, stamps, images, and we have a couple of them here. I hope, yeah, this works. Yeah, this is the Kendall Girl poster. The Team Spoon of Wax. Love her, adorable. This one is made by Tooth Flowers on Tumblr. This is at Tooth Flowers. Tooth as in teeth, flowers as in flowering. I can just write it. Let's see. Text. Yes. Okay, so this one is at Tooth Flowers. Let me add some background opacity. There it is. This is Tooth Flowers. Absolutely gorgeous piece of art. Like, they're wonderful artists to work with. Did everything I asked. Everything was done pretty much perfectly, on time. Didn't like take a long time at all. Like it has like such gorgeous color work and line art, and she looks like so cute in the middle of it. Like she looks like, when I think of the Kendall Girl, I don't think of the version from the game. I think of the version from this poster. That's like the Kendall Girl for me. And it's gorgeous, and there's a lot of little secrets, you know. There's a little microphone from Indie Girl, smartphone from ADHD Girl, letter girl, painting girl. Like some other like smaller references throughout, like not smaller but like less obvious reference throughout. Gorgeous piece. By the way, I didn't even say this is a poster. And it comes framed, and it's an A3 paper, I believe, an A3 or A2 paper. I think it's an A3, and it comes framed, and the whole framey thing is modular, so you can take things off and put them back on. And 25% of every purchase from a poster, from a piece of from a poster, from everything is 0, which was made by an artist who is not me. 25% of the flat rate, not even the profits, the flat rate, the flat price, goes directly to the artist, which I'm a big fan of. And right here we have this is significantly bigger. That I made a smaller version of the Teaspoon of Wax one, so I could upload it more easily to places, but I haven't done it with this one. This is you may be able to tell already from the sky. This is the Condemned Girl. I'll drag the chat back up. There's not much here. This one is gorgeous as well. I'm going to have to. I know this was made by an artist called Scout, but it's not a very. It's not a very common. It's not a very unique name. So you're not going to be able to just look this up. So I'll go into Discord right now and I'll look up the artist and see if I can get an at. If I don't, no worries. It'll most likely be on the page, on the final store. Scout. No, I don't want to add friend. Scout. There it is. Okay, so. Oh wait, let me disable streamer mode. I want to see user info. Let's see. Instagram. Insta. Really? Has link. Okay, so there's an art station. So that works. Let me see. I don't know how art station works. Oh, page not found. Oof, that's a problem. Well, it sucks. So I can't really put the name of the artist here, like the place where you can find the artist right here, which kind of sucks. If you message me on Discord, I'm willing to ask them if I can give their account to you. But like, worst case scenario, no worries. I'll put it on the website. This is also a gorgeous piece. It's significantly more somber than the Candle Girl one. I love how it, and this is by design. We talked for a while about this. I love how it starts off like real cartoony and like adventure timey, and then as you keep like moving back, it becomes more and more gray until the clouds, which is pretty much like no line art. It's just like those heavy Minkus clouds. And it's like here's a little condemned girl. Like this is the canon design for her, the canon like human design for her, and this is the ghost girl, the lost girl, Ghosty. I loved her. I love how they look. I love how the condemned girl looks. She looks adorable. She looks just as not stern. She looks just as like introspective as she is in the game. Like this is perfect. This is her. This is what she looks like. On this one, there are also plenty of little Easter eggs. I'm not gonna, you know, it's kind of fun to look at them, to like look for them. If you like any of those posters, you can message me. They're, I forgot what I was gonna say. They're $16 each. Really not that expensive for a big high quality frame poster. The shipping may we're gonna have to like personally look at shipping because shipping gets weird. Anyway, let me delete all these things. Right? Is there anything else I find important to bring into it? There is the soundtrack, but I don't think the soundtrack is very notable. Particularly because I put the soundtrack already for the project files already for download on the Patreon. So it's like it's not really that big a deal, that big a thing. Is there anything from after? From an after? There are. Everything Ends in Zero is not a standalone game. It is part of a larger story. Find Eden is a single story with plenty of like smaller stories scattered throughout. So Everything Ends in Zero is not the end of itself. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, my body and my mind are like fighting against me actively. I'm really sorry about like the direction, like my speech ability, which wasn't that great to begin with. I'm a writer because writing takes time and I can't come up with stuff in a second. I just, apologize for my voice being like coarse and my sentences drifting and getting slower. Apologies. I'm only human after all, and I am, as everything is, dying very slowly. Now, everything ends in zero is something that you will understand more the more things you see from Find Adam. Specifically, the more things you analyze from Find Adam. There are some things that are like very just being able to like follow the plot will be enough for you to understand more stuff in Everything Ends in Zero. But an analysis really is where you like truly get everything. I want to say thank you, everyone who joined the stream. I think the stream is pretty much empty right now. I think there's nobody watching this live right now. But I want to thank everyone who joined. Kai for being here for a long while. Lenora, Tanger, Will, Stuart, everyone who popped in. Thank you. Everything Ends in Zero is the thing I am most proud of on the world. Now it has a very close second place in the Minecraft server, but hey, that's a story for a different day. I want to say thank you for joining me. Thank you for watching. Even if you just like watched for a moment, thank you. Thank you everyone who has played Everything Ends in Zero over the course of the last 2 years. I often feel significantly under-encouraged as a creator because of just how much stuff I make and how much depth I put into the things I make, and how little and how few people care. That being said, I think that two contradicting things can be true in the right circumstance, counterintuitive things, and it sucks that there's pretty much pretty much like almost nobody who really cares much about this project other than me. And yet I am thankful for each and every one of you, for the ones who sticked around, the ones who didn't, the ones who have played the game and said, this is the most beautiful thing I've played on the last decade, and then proceeded to look at how I personally act and say, you make good things, but you are not a good person. I don't feel comfortable doing this, and leaving. I'd like to say thank you to you as well, because I'm just a vessel, you know. I'm a human. I'm broken, and I'm sorry for hurting people. But my objective really is to leave this world better than I found it. And I think that Everything Ends in Zero is very much a large bound in that direction. And I'm extremely proud of it. And if I had to choose between it existing and I existing, I would choose it existing, because I think it has more potential to help everyone. Not to say that I don't have any potential to help everyone, but like, gun to my head, button on the destroy everything ends in zero from history button, I'm telling to pull the trigger. I love this game, and I love everything that people have said about this game, and I have yet to find a single reasonable negative review, which is crazy. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I don't think there's anyone watching this, but if you just popped in, or if you're watching this later, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I think that's it. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. And here's to 2 more years.